Hello everyone, and welcome to the Fictional Vortex. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Naruto awakened the power of Star Wars Force and became the God of Jedi. Naruto x Ahsoka Tano, Star Wars. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Chapter 1. Dimensional Fracture. Moonlight filtered through the canopy of ancient trees, casting dappled silver patterns across the forest floor. Naruto Uzumaki moved with practiced silence, his footfalls barely disturbing the leaf litter beneath him. At 21, he had grown into his power with a quiet confidence that replaced his youthful brashness. The war had changed him, tempered his spirit without breaking it. 3 years of peace had not dulled his reflexes. When the night air suddenly vibrated with an unfamiliar energy, Naruto froze mid-step, extending his senses outward. This wasn't chakra, not exactly. It resonated at a frequency he'd never encountered, yet somehow felt hauntingly familiar. You feel it too. Shikamaru's voice came from the branch above, barely above a whisper. Naruto nodded, blue eyes scanning the darkness. Northwest. About 2 kilometers. He tapped the spiral symbol on his shoulder, a habit he'd developed when thinking. It doesn't feel like a threat, but nothing in our mission briefing mentioned unusual energy signatures in this region, Shikamaru finished, dropping silently beside him. Troublesome. Their assignment had been I'd forward. Investigate reports of unusual weather patterns near the border of the Land of Fire. Simple reconnaissance. Nothing that should have required the Hokage's right-hand man and the hero of the Fourth Great Ninja War. But Kakashi had insisted, citing a peculiar instinct about the mission. Naruto now understood why. We should check it out, he decided, adjusting the specialized kunai holster at his thigh, a 19th birthday gift from Tsunade, crafted to accommodate his custom-designed weapons. Shikamaru sighed with resigned familiarity. I assume we means you, and I'll be reporting back to the village. A grin cracked across Naruto's face, reminiscent of his younger self. You know me too well. Just don't die over a weather anomaly. The paperwork would be excessive. Naruto chuckled, then grew serious. If I'm not back by dawn, tell Kakashi-sensei that the energy signature feels like, he paused, searching for the right words, like chakra, but older. Purer somehow. Without waiting for a response, he channeled a precise amount of chakra to his legs and launched forward through the forest. The years had taught him efficiency. No wasted movement, no excessive energy expenditure. He moved like a shadow between moonbeams, his presence barely disturbing the natural rhythm of the night forest. The strange energy grew stronger as he approached, pulsing like a heartbeat. When he reached the edge of a small clearing, Naruto stopped abruptly, crouching on a high branch to assess the situation. Below him lay the apparent source of the disturbance, a crater. Approximately 12 meters in diameter, still smoldering at its edges. At its center rested what appeared to be the remains of a small metallic vessel, unlike any technology he'd ever encountered in the 5 great nations. The design was sleek, built of materials that reflected the moonlight with an almost fluid quality. Most ninja would have immediately summoned reinforcements. Naruto simply lost his eyes and expanded his senses further, searching for any signs of life or immediate danger. Finding none, he dropped silently into the clearing, approaching the wreckage with calculated caution. What are you? He murmured, circling the vessel. No insignia, no identifying marks. The metal felt warm beneath his fingertips despite the cool night air. A panel had been dislodged in the crash, revealing a compartment within. Naruto carefully peered inside, tensing when he spotted a faint glow emanating from beneath twisted metal components. Using a small application of wind-natured chakra, he precisely cut through the obstruction and extracted the source of the light. The crystal in his palm was unlike anything he had ever seen, clear as the purest water, yet it seemed to contain galaxies within its faceted structure. It pulsed with light that synchronized perfectly with his heartbeat. As he examined it, the crystal's glow intensified, resonating with something deep within him. Without warning, the 9 tails stirred in his mindscape. This is ancient power, Kurama growled, a note of curiosity coloring his usual gruff tone. Older than the sage himself. Naruto frowned, turning the crystal in his hand. Do you recognize it? Number But it recognizes you, Kit. Be careful. Before Naruto could respond, the crystal flared brilliantly. Energy surged up his arm and flooded his chakra network, not painfully, but with overwhelming intensity. He gasped as foreign sensations bombarded him. The heartbeats of small animals hiding in burrows 50 meters away, the subtle shift of air currents high above the forest, the quiet whisper of water moving through plant stems, the distinct emotional signatures of every living being within a kilometer radius. His knees hit the ground as his perception expanded exponentially. The forest wasn't just alive, it was singing with energy, connected by invisible threads that he could somehow see, almost touch. And beyond that, he sensed something vast and incomprehensible, a cosmic web stretching infinitely in all directions. Naruto. Kurama's voice thundered through his consciousness. Focus on my voice. Your mind is stretching too far. Pull back before you lose yourself. With tremendous effort, Naruto reined in his suddenly enhanced senses, using Kurama's presence as an anchor. Gradually, the overwhelming influx of information subsided to manageable levels. He remained kneeling, breathing heavily, the crystal still pulsing softly in his clenched fist. What? He managed between breaths. What just happened? Something awakened inside you. Kurama replied, his tone uncharacteristically thoughtful. Something that was always there, dormant until this catalyst activated it. Naruto opened his hand and stared at the crystal, which had settled into a steady, gentle glow. It feels like chakra, but different. More raw, fundamental. The hairs on the back of his neck suddenly stood on end. In the same instant, his newly enhanced perception registered a distortion in the air approximately 20 meters to his right. Without conscious thought, Naruto rolled sideways, narrowly avoiding a blast of energy that scorched the ground where he'd been kneeling. He came up in a defensive stance, crystal secured in his equipment pouch, kunai already drawn. 3 figures emerged from the trees, humanoid, but distinctly non-human. Their skin ranged from ashen gray to mottled red, with facial features that included horns, facial ridges, and predatory yellow eyes. They wore dark armor of unfamiliar design, and each carried what appeared to be a hilt without a blade. The central figure, tall with sharp cranial horns and red-black tattoos covering his face, stepped forward. Hand over the Kyber crystal, native, and we might allow you to live, he said in accented but understandable common, his voice carrying a sibilant quality that made Naruto's skin crawl. Naruto assessed the T.R. opponents with practiced efficiency. Their stance, their movements, the way they positioned themselves, these were disciplined warriors, not common thugs. The leader held himself with the Dangero's confidence of someone accustomed to causing pain. I don't know what a Kyber crystal is, Naruto replied calmly, but I'm guessing it's this thing you just tried to kill me for. Not a great negotiating tactic. The leader's yellow eyes narrowed. Ignorant fool, you have no concept of what you're interfering with. He gestured sharply to his companions. Take it from him. The 2 subordinates ignited their weapons simultaneously, and Naruto's eyes widened slightly as brilliant red energy beams extended from the hilts, humming with deadly intent. Energy swords of some kind, but none like he'd ever encountered. They attacked with coordinated precision, moving faster than ordinary humans, but not faster than an elite shinobi. Naruto evaded the first strike with a subtle shift of weight, feeling the heat of the energy blade as it passed centimeters from his face. He deflected the second opponent's arm with his kunai, noting with surprise that the specially forged metal held against the strange weapon. In the split-second opening created by their failed initial assault, Naruto countered, not with ninjutsu, but with pure taijutsu. A palm strike to the solar plexus of the first attacker, followed by a sweeping kick that unbalanced the second. Both effective, but neither opponent went down as expected. Stronger than they look, Naruto muttered, creating distance with a backward leap. The leader laughed coldly. You face warriors of the Sith, primitive. Your pathetic tricks are nothing against the power of the dark side. As if to demonstrate, he extended his hand, and Naruto felt a crushing invisible force wrap around his throat, lifting him from the ground. The pressure was immense, cutting off his oxygen instantly. A normal opponent would have panicked, Naruto analyzed. His fingers formed a subtle sign at his side. A shadow clone materialized behind the leader and delivered a devastating kick before being dispatched by one of the subordinates. But the momentary distraction broke the leader's concentration, and Naruto dropped to the ground, already moving into his next attack. Shadow clones, the leader spat, igniting his own crimson blade. Some primitive form of force projection. Naruto didn't waste breath responding. Instead, he created 4 more shadow clones, each moving in perfect synchronization with his own actions, a seamless combat unit developed through years of refinement. They engaged the 3 attackers from multiple angles, forcing them to divide their attention. The subordinates were skilled, but predictable. They relied heavily on air energy blades and seemed confused by Naruto's clone technique. The leader, however, demonstrated abilities beyond physical combat, hurling objects telekinetically, predicting attacks with uncanny accuracy, and moving with enhanced speed. Interesting, Naruto thought as he observed their techniques through his clone's experiences. They're using external energy rather than internal chakra. As the battle progressed, Naruto felt something strange happening. Each time he came near one of the energy blades, the crystal in his pouch resonated, and his perception shifted subtly. He began to sense the flow of what they called the dark side, currents of malevolent energy surrounding his opponents. More significantly, he found he could reach out and interact with this energy. When the leader launched another telekinetic attack, Naruto instinctively extended his hand and pushed back with his will. The opposing forces collided in midair, creating a shockwave that staggered everyone in the clearing. The leader's yellow eyes widened in genuine surprise. Impossible. Naruto didn't understand what he'd just done, but he recognized an advantage when he saw one. Drawing on this newfound awareness, he extended his senses toward his opponents, perceiving not just their physical presence but the energy flowing through and around them. With this enhanced perception, their movements became almost predictable, telegraphed through disturbances in the energy field before their bodies moved. Naruto adjusted his tactics accordingly, meeting their increasingly desperate attacks with calculated counters. The subordinates fell first, overwhelmed by the perfect coordination of Naruto and his remaining shadow clones. The leader, realizing his disadvantage, attempted to retreat, raising his hand toward the sky. "We underestimated this world," he snarled, activating some kind of communication device on his wrist. "But Lord Mordus will not make the same mistake." Naruto launched forward with blinding speed. But before he could reach the leader, the air above the clearing distorted. A deep, resonant hum filled the forest as a massive shape began to materialize, a vessel of some kind, far larger than the crashed one. Hovering impossibly in midair, a beam of light shot down from the ship, enveloping the Sith leader. Naruto threw a specially marked kunai that penetrated the light, embedding itself in the leader's shoulder. The wounded Sith snarled in pain and hatred as he was rapidly drawn upward into the vessel. Naruto prepared to follow using his Flying Thunder God technique, but hesitated when the ship's energy signature suddenly fluctuated wildly. The air around it seemed to fold in impossible ways, and with a sound like reality itself tearing, the vessel vanished, not through conventional movement, but as if it had shifted sideways out of existence. The forest fell silent. Naruto stood alone in the clearing, surrounded by evidence of the battle and the still smoking crater. The 2 subordinates had vanished along with their leader, apparently recalled by the same technology. He retrieved the crystal from his pouch and studied it with newfound understanding. "Kyber crystal," he murmured, testing the unfamiliar term. "Whatever it is, ****, Kurama commented, "it's changed something in you. I can feel it interacting with your chakra, altering your sensory capabilities." Naruto nodded. They called it the Force. Seemed similar to chakra, but he trailed off, remembering the sensation of reaching out to push back against the leader's attack. "It's like it exists outside of me, not just within." A twig snapped in the forest behind him. Naruto spun, instantly alert, reaching out with both conventional senses and his new awareness. A presence approached, powerful, disciplined, but lacking the malevolent undercurrent he'd felt from the attackers. Female, moving with exceptional stealth through the underbrush. Not a chakra signature he recognized. "I know you're there," Naruto called out, relaxing his posture slightly while remaining ready to react. "You might as well come out." A moment of silence followed, then a figure emerged from the shadows with fluid grace. Human in appearance, but clearly not from any nation Naruto recognized. Orange-tinted skin was marked with distinctive white patterns, and instead of hair, the woman had what appeared to be head-tails striped in blue and white. She wore fitted armor of unfamiliar design and carried two hilts similar to those of his attackers. Most striking were her eyes, alert, intelligent, and assessing him with the experienced caution of a seasoned warrior. Despite her alien appearance, Naruto recognized something in her stance that resonated with his own training, the balanced posture of someone who had survived countless battles through skill rather than luck. "You're not Sith," she stated in the same language the attackers had used, her voice carrying a melodic accent. "But you're using the Force." Her eyes flicked to the crystal in his hand. "And you have a Kyber crystal." Naruto maintained his relaxed but ready posture. "And you're not from around here, just like those horned attackers. But you feel different in the energy." He deliberately used vague terminology, not wanting to reveal his ignorance. A flash of surprise crossed her features. "You can sense the difference between dark and light sides of the Force." Her hand moved slightly toward one of her hilts. "What are you? You don't feel like any Force user I've encountered." "I could ask you the same question." Naruto gestured to the clearing around them. "This isn't exactly a normal situation for my world." Her eyes narrowed at this confirmation that she was indeed on another world, then widened as she took in the crashed vessel. "A Sith infiltrator," she murmured, approaching the wreckage while keeping Naruto in her peripheral vision. "Recently crashed. And you encountered the pilot." "3 of them," Naruto corrected, watching her examine the crash site with professional thoroughness. "They wanted this crystal back. Called themselves Sith." She looked up sharply. 3 Sith. You fought 3 Sith and survived." Disbelief colored her voice. Naruto shrugged, a ghost of his old grin appearing. "They weren't that tough." The woman stared at him, then laughed, a short, surprised sound quickly suppressed. "Either you're the most powerful Force user I've ever encountered, or you have no idea what you just did." She straightened. "I'm Ahsoka Tano, former Jedi, and you're holding something very dangerous." "Naruto Uzumaki, shinobi of Konohagakure." He held up the crystal. "And this thing activated something that was apparently already inside me. The Force, they called it." Ahsoka's expression shifted to one of profound confusion. "That's not how Force sensitivity works. You're either born with it or you're not." She studied him intently. "Unless." Her eyes widened. "The dimensional anomalies. They're affecting more than just space." "Dimensional anomalies." She gestured toward the sky. "Rifts in the fabric of space-time. I pursued a Sith Lord through 1W. He escaped after stealing ancient artifacts from a Jedi temple." Her gaze returned to the crystal in Naruto's hand. "That's one of them. A specially attuned Kyber crystal rumored to have properties beyond those used in lightsabers." Naruto absorbed this information quickly, connecting it to the strange weather patterns they'd been sent to investigate. "So you're saying you're from another dimension? Another world entirely?" "It appears so." Ahsoka's posture relaxed marginally. "And somehow, the barriers between our worlds are weakening. That's why I need to recover the artifacts and RN them to their proper place. They're amplifying the instability." Before Naruto could respond, the ground beneath them trembled. A low, resonant hum permeated the air, similar to the sound that preceded the Sith ship's departure. But deeper, more fundamental. The very atmosphere seemed to waver, colors momentarily shifting toward the blue end of the spectrum. Ahsoka's expression turned grim. "Another rift is forming. We need to." Her warning was cut short as the air approximately 50 meters to their left tore open, not metaphorically, but literally, reality parting like fabric to reveal a swirling maelstrom of energy. The forest distorted around the tear, trees bending impossibly toward the rift without breaking. Through the opening, Naruto glimpsed a landscape utterly foreign to him. Red-hued desert stretching toward distant mountains under twin suns. The sight triggered another surge from the crystal, which now pulsed rapidly in his hand. "It's expanding," Ahsoka shouted over the increasing roar of the rift. "This isn't supposed to happen." Naruto's newly enhanced senses detected the pattern of energy flowing between the crystal and the rift, connected, resonating at harmonious frequencies. Without fully understanding how he knew, he recognized that the crystal was responding to the dimensional tear, possibly even widening it. Acting on instinct, Naruto channeled chakra into the crystal. attempting to stabilize its erratic pulsing. Instead of resisting his energy, the crystal absorbed it eagerly, its glow intensifying. Simultaneously, he reached out with the new Fu Nd sense, the Force, trying to visualize the tear as a wound that needed closing. "What are you doing?" Ahsoka demanded, bracing herself against the powerful pull of the rift. "Trying to close it," Naruto called back, struggling to maintain his focus as the maelstrom grew. The crystals connected to the rift somehow. Ahsoka's eyes widened in understanding. In a fluid motion, she unclipped both hilts from her belt and ignited them, revealing glowing white blades. Unlike the red weapons of the Sith, hers radiated a clean, pure energy that harmonized with the crystal in Naruto's hand. "My lightsabers use kyber crystals too," she shouted. "If we combine our efforts, we might be able to counterbalance the resonance pattern." Understanding immediately, Naruto moved to stand back to back with Ahsoka, facing the rift. He could feel her energy now, disciplined, powerful, and fundamentally aligned with something he could only describe as light, in contrast to the corrupted energy of the Sith. "On my mark," she called, raising her lightsabers. "Reach out through the Force and visualize the rift closing, like pulling together the edges of a wound." Naruto closed his eyes, synchronizing his breathing with hers. The crystal warmed in his palm as he channeled both chakra and this new Force energy through it. He could sense Ahsoka doing something similar with her weapons, creating a harmonic counterpoint to his own efforts. "Now," she commanded. Together, they pushed, not physically, but with concentrated will and energy. Naruto felt the resistance immediately, like trying to close a door against hurricane winds. The rift fought back, drawing power from some vast reservoir beyond normal space-time. Gritting his teeth, Naruto drew deeper on his reserves, channeling more chakra. While simultaneously reaching out with the Force, he felt Kurama stir within him, the Nine Tails energy adding another harmonic to the complex interplay of forces. "Careful, Kit, the fox warned. You're mixing energies that weren't meant to interact." But Naruto could feel it working. The edges of the rift began to fold inward, the glimpse of alien landscape receding. The crystal in his hand vibrated intensely, growing almost too hot to hold as it mediated between different forms of energy. Beside him, Ahsoka gasped with effort, her lightsabers humming at a higher pitch as she poured her own considerable power into the task. "It's working," she managed between clenched teeth. One final push. Naruto summoned his remaining strength, focusing it through the crystal with Isai's control developed through years of chakra manipulation. For a critical moment, he felt the energies align perfectly: chakra, the Force, the Nine Tails power, Ahsoka's lightsabers, and the crystal itself, all resonating in perfect harmony. The rift collapsed with a thunderous implosion of air, sending a shockwave through the forest that flattened vegetation in a perfect circle around them. Naruto and Ahsoka remained standing at the epicenter, their combined power having shielded them from the blast. Silence fell over the forest. The crystal's glow subsided to a gentle pulse that matched Naruto's heartbeat. Ahsoka deactivated her lightsabers and turned to stare at him with an expression of profound amazement. "That should have been impossible," she said quietly. "No single RCE user should have been able to channel that much power without being consumed by it." Naruto opened his hand, revealing the crystal resting innocently in his palm. "I'm not exactly a normal Force user." Clearly, Ahsoka studied him with newfound respect. "You combined two forms of energy I've never seen work together before. Your native power, chakra, you called it, and the Force." Naruto nodded, feeling the fatigue setting in as adrenaline receded. "They're similar in some ways, different in others. Chakra flows through internal networks in the body. The Force seems to exist everywhere, inside and outside." Ahsoka frowned thoughtfully. "That's actually a good description. I've been trained in the Force since childhood, and that's not far off from how we understand it." She gestured to the crystal. "But what's truly unprecedented is how that kyber crystal is responding to you. Typically, they attune to a single Force user after a sacred ritual. This one bonded with you instantly." Naruto looked down at the crystal. "It feels like it was waiting for me." Perhaps it was. Ahsoka's expression turned serious. "But this raises far more questions than it answers. Dimensional rifts aren't natural phenomena. Someone or something is deliberately weakening the barriers between our worlds. The Sith you were chasing. She nodded grimly. Darth Mortis. He's been researching ancient Force techniques related to space and time. The artifacts he stole from the Jedi Temple were specifically connected to those disciplines. Naruto absorbed this information, mentally cataloging it alongside what he'd observed during the encounter. These rifts, they're appearing in my world too. We've been detecting unusual energy patterns and weather anomalies for weeks. It's worse than I thought. Then, Ahsoka gazed around at the devastated clearing. If the barriers continue to weaken, both our dimensions could suffer catastrophic consequences. Entire ecosystems see, collapsing as the laws of physics from different realities try to reconcile themselves. The implications were staggering. Naruto thought of Konoha, of his friends, of a world finally recovering from war, now threatened by something entirely beyond their understanding or experience. Then we stop it, he stated with characteristic determination. If this Darth Mortis is behind the rifts, we find him and put an end to his plans. Ahsoka regarded him with a mix of respect and caution. It won't be simple. Mortis is a fully trained Sith Lord with centuries of dark side knowledge at his disposal. And he's not working alone. The fact that he sent 3 acolytes here proves he's building a power base. I've faced worse odds, Naruto replied, his voice carrying the quiet confidence of someone who had indeed overcome seemingly impossible challenges. Besides, now we have something he wants. He held up the crystal. And I'm apparently something he didn't expect. Ahsoka's lips curved in a small smile. You remind me of someone I used to know. Same reckless courage. The smile faded. But we need to be strategic. I have a ship hidden nearby, cloaked with technology that should prevent detection. We can use it to track fluctuations in the dimensional barriers and possibly predict where Mortis will strike next. Naruto nodded, but his expression grew serious. I need to report back to my village first. My people need to know what they're facing. He glanced at the crystal. And I should probably learn more about this force I've apparently been connected to all along. Agreed. Ahsoka clipped her lightsabers back to her belt. I can begin your training while we work to locate Mortis. The basics, at least. You have raw power unlike anything I've seen, but without control, Cheese as dangerous to you as it is to your enemies. The eastern sky had begun to lighten, dawn approaching. Naruto realized he'd been away far longer than intended. Shikamaru would be growing concerned. My friend is waiting for me about 2 kilometers back, he said. We should. A thunderous explosion interrupted him, coming from the direction of the village. Both warriors turned toward the sound. Naruto's enhanced senses immediately detecting the spike in unnatural energy. Another rift, Ahsoka confirmed grimly. Larger than this one, and it's not closing. Without another word, they launched into action. Moving in perfect synchronization despite having just met. Naruto took the lead, navigating the forest paths with the intimate familiarity of someone who had grown up in these woods. While Ahsoka matched his pace effortlessly. They found Shikamaru approximately halfway back to the village, rushing toward them with uncharacteristic urgency. Naruto, he called, relief evident. In his voice before his eyes narrowed at the sight of Ahsoka. Never mind, we have a situation. Some kind of energy phenomenon has appeared at the eastern gate. Kakashi has ordered full evacuation of that sector. It's a dimensional rift, Naruto explained quickly. This is Ahsoka Tano. She's from, well, another dimension. It's complicated, but she knows what we're dealing with. To his credit, Shikamaru barely blinked at this extraordinary information. Years of friendship with Naruto had apparently prepared him for the bizarre. Troublesome, he muttered, then nodded respectfully to Ahsoka. Any advice on how to close a hole in reality? We managed to seal a smaller one, she replied, but it required both of our abilities combined. A larger rift will be more challenging. Then we need to hurry, Shikamaru said, turning back toward the village. And you'll need to explain exactly what's going on to the Hokage. Preferably the short version. As they raced toward Konoha, Naruto felt the crystal pulse in harmony with his accelerating heartbeat. Whatever had awakened inside him, this force, it responded to his emotions and intentions with increasing sensitivity. He sensed the massive energy disturbance ahead, growing stronger with each passing minute. More concerning, He detected other presences now, similar to the Sith he'd encountered, but more numerous. The rift hadn't just opened. Something had come through it. "We have company waiting for us," he informed his companions grimly. "More Sith. At least a dozen, from what I can sense." Ahsoka's expression hardened. "Mortis is escalating. This isn't just exploration anymore, it's invasion." The implications hung heavily between them as they approached the village. Konoha had weathered many storms, but nothing like this, an incursion from another dimension entirely, wielding powers beyond their understanding. Naruto's hand tightened around the Kyber crystal, feeling its resonance with something fundamental within himself. For years, he'd believed the source of his power was entirely contained within his chakra, Kurama, his lineage. Now he discovered there was something more, something that connected him to forces beyond his world. The thought should have been terrifying. Instead, it felt like pieces of a puzzle finally aligning, the missing context that explained his unique affinity for the emotions and energies of others, his intuitive understanding of connections that others couldn't perceive. "I can feel your thoughts racing," Ahsoka commented as they ran. "That's normal when you first connect consciously with the Force. It expands your perception beyond normal limits. It feels like I've been using it unconsciously my whole life," Naruto replied. "Just never had a name for it." Ahsoka nodded. "The Force manifests differently across cultures and worlds. The Jedi weren't the first to discover it, just one tradition that studied it extensively." She glanced at him. "Your chakra might be your people's manifestation of the same fundamental energy." That made a strange kind of sense. The Sage of Six Paths, chakra itself, perhaps these weren't unique to their world, but variations on something universal that transcended dimensional boundaries. They crested a hill that overlooked Konoha, and Naruto's breath caught in his throat. The eastern section of the village was illuminated by a massive swirling vortex of energy, far larger than the rift they'd closed in the forest. This one stretched nearly 100 meters in diameter, its edges fluctuating with barely contained power. Through the rift, a landscape of obsidian towers and red skies was visible, a world fundamentally alien to their own. More disturbing were the figures emerging from the portal, armor-clad soldiers with weapons similar to Ahsoka's lightsabers, led by what appeared to be more Sith acolytes. Konoha shinobi had established a defensive perimeter, but they were clearly struggling against weapons and abilities they'd never encountered before. Even from this distance, Naruto could see bodies lying motionless near the rift. "This is worse than I imagined," Ahsoka murmured, her hand moving to her lightsabers. "They're not just sending scouts anymore. That's a full invasion force." Naruto's expression hardened, his eyes briefly flashing red as Kurama's influence manifested in response to his emotions. "Then they'll learn what happens when you invade my home." He turned to Shikamaru. "Get to Kakashi-sensei. Tell him what we know about these invaders. They use energy weapons and abilities similar to telekinesis. Their blades can deflect kunai but are vulnerable to direct chakra attacks." His voice took on the authoritative tone that had emerged during the war, the natural command presence that had led armies. "Have Ino connect with the sensory division. They need to focus on detecting fluctuations in the energy field, not just chakra signatures." Shikamaru nodded sharply, recognizing the shift in his friend's demeanor. "And you?" Naruto exchanged a glance with Ahsoka, an unspoken understanding passing between them. "We're going to close that portal and deal with whatever's already come through." "Troublesome," Shikamaru muttered, but with affectionate resignation. "Try not to destroy too much of the village in the process." With that, he disappeared in a blur of movement, heading toward the Hokage Tower. Naruto turned to Ahsoka, holding up the Kyber crystal. "Any idea how to scale up what we did in the forest?" She studied the swirling vortex thoughtfully. "The principle should be the same, but the power required will be exponentially greater." Her eyes returned to his. "You'll need to draw on everything you have, chakra, the Force, and whatever other energies you can channel." Naruto nodded, a plan already forming. "I can do more than that. I have a technique that amplifies my chakra output." He held out his hand, palm up. "But first, you'll need to show me how to properly use this crystal. I was mostly guessing before." Ahsoka placed her hand over his, fingers lightly touching the crystal. The sensation was immediate, a resonance between their energies, his wild and powerful, Hers disciplined and focused. The crystal is a conduit, she explained, her voice taking on the cadence of a teacher. It doesn't just channel the force, it harmonizes with it, amplifying and focusing your intentions. Her fingers guided his to hold the crystal correctly. Don't try to force your will on it. Instead, synchronize with it. Feel its natural frequency and align your energy accordingly. Naruto closed his eyes, following her guidance. The crystal's energy pattern became clear, not a steady flow but a complex, multi-layered resonance. As he attuned his chakra to match it, the crystal's glow intensified, bathing them both in blue-white light. Good, Ahsoka murmured, genuine surprise coloring her tone. You're a natural at this. Naruto opened his eyes, now understanding the fundamental connection between the crystal, the force, and his own chakra. It's like nature energy, he realized. External power that can be drawn in and harmonized with internal energy. Ahsoka's expression revealed her fascination. Your world has developed a systematic understanding of energy manipulation that parallels our Force traditions, but with key differences. She stepped back. We can discuss the theoretical implications later. Right now, we have a rift to close and invaders to repel. Naruto nodded, securing the crystal in a pocket where he could access it easily. Let's go. They moved in perfect synchronization, leaping from the hillside toward the village below. As they approached the battle zone, Naruto assessed the situation with tactical precision. The invaders had established a beachhead around the rift, with approximately 30 soldiers and 5 Sith acolytes. They were systematically pushing back the Konoha defenders, who struggled to counter their unfamiliar weapons and abilities. I'll clear a path to the rift, Naruto stated, fingers already forming familiar signs. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Dozens of perfect copies materialized around him, each moving with the same determined focus as the original. The invaders faltered momentarily at this unexpected development, their confusion providing the opening Naruto needed. His clones launched a coordinated assault, targeting the regular soldiers first. Through years of refinement, Naruto had developed specialized tactics for each clone group, some focusing on disruption, others on direct combat. Others providing support and intelligence gathering. The result was a perfectly choreographed attack that seemed to come from everywhere simultaneously. Ahsoka integrated seamlessly into this strategy, her twin lightsabers moving in blinding arcs of white energy. She deflected enemy fire back at its source with precision that spoke of years of practice, while simultaneously using the force to hurl objects at key targets or protect civilians being evacuated. Through his clones, Naruto quickly assessed the invaders' capabilities. The regular soldiers relied heavily on ranged energy weapons and basic armor. The Sith acolytes were more dangerous, each wielding a red lightsaber and various force techniques similar to what he'd encountered in the forest. More significantly, he realized the invaders were as confused by chakra techniques as the Konoha shinobi were by the force. When one of his clones successfully landed a Rasengan on an acolyte, the Sith's protective force barrier proved completely ineffective against the spiraling chakra. Their defenses aren't calibrated for chakra-based attacks. He called to Ahsoka, who was engaged with 2 acolytes simultaneously. And our shinobi don't know how to counter force techniques. Ahsoka nodded in understanding, dispatching one opponent with a swift strike before replying. We need to coordinate our forces. Your people focus on the Sith, who won't expect chakra-based attacks. I'll handle the soldiers. It was a sound strategy. Naruto spotted Sakura nearby, delivering a chakra-enhanced punch that sent 3 soldiers flying despite their armor. He dispatched a clone to relay the tactical information to her and other Jonin in the vicinity. As his clones created the necessary opening, Naruto and Ahsoka fought their way toward the rift. They moved with increasing synchronicity, as if they'd trained together for years rather than met hours ago. When a Sith acolyte attempted to ambush Naruto from behind, Ahsoka deflected the attack without breaking stride. When soldiers surrounded Ahsoka with overwhelming numbers, Naruto's clones created the diversion she needed to break free. Finally reaching the perimeter of the rift, they faced the true scale of the challenge. Up close, the dimensional tear was even more imposing, a maelstrom of chaotic energy that distorted the very fabric of reality around it. The air hummed with discordant frequencies as 2 fundamentally different universes collided. This is going to take everything we've got, Ahsoka said grimly, deflecting energy bolts from approaching soldiers without looking. And we'll be vulnerable while focusing on the rift. Naruto nodded, already formulating a solution. I'll handle that part. Summoning his remaining chakra, he created a final wave of shadow clones, over 100, forming a defensive perimeter around them in multiple layers. As an additional measure, several clones transformed into perfect copies of Ahsoka, confusing the invaders about which targets to prioritize. With their positions secured temporarily, Naruto retrieved the kyber crystal from his pocket. It pulsed with increasing intensity as he held it toward the rift, resonating with the dimensional energies. Just like before, Ahsoka instructed, igniting her lightsabers, but much stronger. We need to synchronize perfectly. Naruto closed his eyes, drawing deep on his reserves. The familiar warmth of his chakra rose within him, but now he could perceive the additional layer of the force surrounding and interpenetrating his being. The two energies were distinct yet harmonious, like two rivers flowing together to form something greater than either alone. I'm going to enter Sage mode, he informed Ahsoka, his voice steady despite the tremendous concentration required. It will let me draw on natural energy to supplement our own power. He didn't wait for a response, already sinking into the meditative state required to gather nature energy. The process, which normally took several seconds of complete stillness, accelerated as the force enhanced his connection to his surroundings. Orange pigmentation appeared around his eyes as Sage mode activated, his senses expanding exponentially. The effect was profound. With Sage mode enhancing his newly awakened force sensitivity, Naruto could perceive the rift structure in its ready, not just its physical manifestation, but the complex energy patterns sustaining it. He could see precisely where the fabric of reality had torn and identify the harmonics required to mend it. I can see it, he murmured, eyes still closed in concentration. The pattern, it's deliberate. Someone engineered this tear specifically. Ahsoka's voice came from beside him, tight with effort as he began channeling force energy through her lightsabers. Mordus, he's found a way to weaponize the dimensional boundaries. Understanding flowed between them without further words needed. Together, they extended their energies toward the rift, Ahsoka's disciplined force techniques creating a framework, while Naruto's combined chakra and force power provided the raw energy needed to manipulate reality itself. The kyber crystal in Naruto's hand blazed with blinding intensity, no longer merely channeling their power but amplifying it exponentially. It had become a nexus point between different forms of energy, chakra, the force, nature energy, and the dimensional energies of the rift itself. Around them, the battle continued as Naruto's shadow clones fought to maintain their protective perimeter. Some fell to enemy attacks, transferring their experiences back to the original, including valuable information about Sith combat techniques and vulnerabilities. Focusing through the crystal, Naruto and Ahsoka began the monumental task of closing the rift. The process required precisely counterbalancing the frequencies, maintaining the dimensional tear, like untying an impossibly complex knot one strand at a time. Sweat beaded on Naruto's forehead as he poured more energy into the effort. The rift resisted, its chaotic energies fighting to maintain the connection between dimensions. He could feel Ahsoka straining beside him, her considerable force abilities pushed to their limits. It's not enough, she gasped, her lightsabers vibrating with the effort of channeling so much power. The rift is too stable. Something on the other side is maintaining it. Naruto sensed she was right. Through his enhanced perception, he detected a focal point within the Sith world visible through the portal, a device or ritual generating a corresponding energy pattern that anchored the rift from the other side. We need to disrupt the source, he realized aloud. Not just close this end. Without hesitation, he formed a single-handed seal, channeling chakra into one of his most powerful techniques. I'm going to send shadow clones through to the other side. They can locate and destroy whatever's generating the rift from there. Quote, Ahsoka's eyes widened. That's, she began, then shook her head with a hint of amazement. Actually, that might work. Your clones carry your force sensitivity and chakra capabilities. Everything I can do, they can do, Naruto confirmed, already directing 5 specialized clones toward the rift. Each carried paper bombs, kunai, and most importantly, AP. Portion of his newly awakened force sensitivity. Find the energy source and destroy it, he instructed them. then dispersed to return the information. The clones nodded in unison before diving through the rift into the alien landscape beyond. Naruto immediately felt the disorienting sensation of perceiving a completely foreign reality through their senses: red skies, air thick with metallic particles, gravity slightly stronger than Earth's. Through their eyes, he glimpsed ominous structures of black metal and stone, populated by figures in dark armor. More immediately, the clones located what appeared to be an array of crystalline pillars arranged in a precise geometric pattern around the rift's exit point. Dark energy coursed through these pillars, flowing in controlled currents that matched the frequency of the dimensional tier. Found it, Naruto reported to Ahsoka, eyes still closed as he directed his clones remotely. Some kind of crystalline amplification array. My clones are moving to disable it. On the other side, the clones implemented their attack with coordinated precision. 2 created a diversion, drawing the attention of guards stationed around the array. The remaining 3 approached the pillars from different angles, each preparing a Rasengan infused with both chakra and the Force, a combination the Sith had no defense against. Simultaneously, all 3 struck critical junction points in the array. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. For the Sith, the crystalline pillars shattered, their carefully calibrated energies released in an explosive backlash that rippled through the entire complex. The feedback surged through the rift, temporarily destabilizing it further, but also disrupting the external force maintaining it. Naruto felt his clones disperse in the explosion, their final observations returning to him in a rush of information. Now, he shouted to Ahsoka, "The anchor is broken." Together, they pushed with everything they had. Naruto's Sage Mode enhanced chakra and force powers combining with Ahsoka's focused technique. The crystal between them flared with intensity that would have blinded anyone looking directly at it. The rift began to collapse inward, its edges folding like fabric drawn by an invisible thread. The invaders still on the Konoha side realized their escape route was disappearing and fought with renewed desperation to reach it, only to be intercepted by Naruto's remaining clones and the rallying shinobi forces. With a sound like thunder compressed into a single moment, the dimensional tear sealed completely. A shockwave of displaced air swept outward, powerful enough to knock unprepared combatants off their feet. Only Naruto and Ahsoka remained standing at the epicenter, their combined power having shielded them from the blast. In the sudden silence that followed, Naruto opened his eyes, the Sage Mode pigmentation fading as he released the technique. The crystal in his hand had dimmed to a gentle pulse, warm against his palm. Exhaustion hit him like a physical blow, his legs nearly buckling as the adrenaline drained away. Ahsoka appeared equally drained, deactivating her lightsabers with hands that trembled slightly from exertion. "That was," she began, then simply shook her head, apparently unable to find adequate words. Naruto managed a tired grin. "Yeah, it was." Around them, remaining invaders found themselves trapped in a foreign dimension with no way home. Some fought to the bitter end, while others surrendered when they realized their position was hopeless. The Konoha shinobi, rallying after their initial confusion, quickly contained the situation under Kakashi's efficient direction. As the immediate crisis subsided, Naruto took stock of the damage. The eastern gate had been largely destroyed, and several buildings showed extensive damage from energy weapons and force techniques. Medical teams led by Sakura were already treating the wounded, while security teams secured Sith prisoners under heavy guard. "This is only the beginning," Ahsoka said quietly, following his gaze across the battlefield. "Mortis won't stop just because we closed one rift. If anything, this will only confirm to him that your world is worth conquering." Naruto nodded grimly. "Then we need to be ready." He looked down at the crystal in his hand, still resonating with his heartbeat. "And I need to learn everything I can about this force." "I'll teach you what I know," Ahsoka offered, her expression serious but with underlying warmth. "Though I suspect you'll end up teaching me as much about your chakra in return." Before Naruto could respond, a familiar voice called his name. He turned to see Kakashi approaching, the Hokage's traditional robes slightly singed from tea. He battled but his characteristic slouched posture unchanged. "Naruto," Kakashi greeted, his visible eye taking in Ahsoka with analytical sharpness before returning to his former student. "I assume you have a rather extraordinary explanation for all this." Despite his fatigue, Naruto couldn't help but laugh. You might say that, Kakashi-sensei. He gestured to Ahsoka. This is Ahsoka Tano. She's from another dimension. And apparently, I've just discovered I can use something called the Force. To Kakashi's credit, he simply nodded as if this was a mildly interesting but not particularly surprising development. Of course you have, he sighed, glancing at the destruction around them. The council is gathering for an emergency meeting. Both of you should attend. We need to understand exactly what we're facing. As they followed Kakashi toward the Hokage Tower, Naruto felt the weight of new responsibilities settling on his shoulders. The power awakening within him offered unprecedented possibilities, but also connected him to a conflict spanning dimensions, a conflict that had now engulfed his home. The Kyber crystal pulsed gently against his chest, a reminder of the journey he was only beginning. Beside him, Ahsoka moved with the balanced grace of a warrior who had faced her own share of impossible challenges. Despite having just met, Naruto sensed a profound connection forming between them, a bridge between worlds. Just as he himself was becoming. Whatever lay ahead, Sith Lords, dimensional rifts, or the mystery of his newly awakened abilities, one thing was certain, nothing would ever be the same again. Chapter 1 End Chapter 2, Confluence of Powers. Dawn broke over Konoha, golden light spilling across a village transformed by recent events. Scaffolding embraced damaged buildings near the eastern gate, the rhythmic sounds of reconstruction blending with the usual morning bustle. 3 days had passed since the dimensional rift had torn reality open, and the village adapted with remarkable resilience. Naruto sat cross-legged atop the Hokage monument, the Kyber crystal resting on his open palm. Eyes closed, breath measured, he attempted to follow Ahsoka's instructions, reach out not with chakra, but with consciousness itself, perceiving the world through the Force. Don't push, Ahsoka advised, her voice gentle but firm. She knelt opposite him, her own meditative posture reflecting years of Jedi training. The Force isn't something you command like chakra. It's a field you participate in, a current you align with. Naruto exhaled slowly. The distinction felt elusive, yet undeniably significant. Chakra manipulation had always involved directing energy outward from his core through established pathways. This approach demanded something fundamentally different, an expansion of awareness that transcended physical boundaries. I feel like I'm trying to grab smoke, he admitted, opening one eye. Ahsoka's lips curved slightly. That's because you're still trying to grab at all. Let go of the idea of control. Kurama stirred within Naruto's mindscape. She speaks wisdom. Your greatest strength has always been instinct, not technique. Remember how you learned Sage Mode. The fox's observation sparked recognition. Sage Mode required passive reception rather than active control, allowing natural energy to enter rather than drawing it in forcefully. Perhaps the Force demanded a similar approach. Naruto relaxed his mental posture, releasing the instinct to direct and command. Instead, he simply opened, like windows thrown wide to welcome a breeze. The change was immediate and profound. His awareness expanded outward in concentric ripples, perceiving the village below not just visually but as patterns of energy and emotion. He sensed the determined focus of workers rebuilding the eastern gate, the disciplined alertness of ambush sentries posted at strategic locations, the mingled curiosity and anxiety of civilians adjusting to new security protocols. More surprisingly, he perceived impressions beyond the physical, echoes of past events lingering in locations of emotional significance, threads of potential futures wavering like heat mirages. Whoa, he breathed, maintaining the delicate balance between focused awareness and receptive openness. You've got it, Ahsoka confirmed, satisfaction warming her voice. What do you sense? Everything. Naruto's perception expanded further, encompassing the surrounding forest. He detected wildlife moving through undergrowth, the slow pulse of ancient trees drawing nutrients from soil. Even the microscopic dance of organisms too small to see. It's like chakra sensing, but deeper. More complete. The Kyber crystal warmed in his palm, resonating with his newfound awareness. Its energy signature pulsed in harmony with his heartbeat, strengthening the connection. The Force binds all living things, Ahsoka explained. What you're experiencing is the living Force, He energy that flows through every creature, every plant. Jedi are taught to attune themselves to this aspect first. Naruto nodded, understanding. It feels similar to nature energy, but more personal somehow. Like it has intention, not just existence. That's an insightful observation. Ahsoka's voice reflected genuine respect. Many Jedi Masters took years to grasp that distinction. A flicker of something dark brushed against Naruto's expanded awareness, a cold eddy in the otherwise warm currents of the Force. His eyes snapped open, focus sharpening. Something's wrong, he stated, rising fluidly to his feet. Northeast perimeter. About 3 kilometers out, Ahsoka stood in one smooth motion, her senses extending to verify his perception. You're right, a disturbance in the Force, similar to what we felt before the rift opened, but smaller. We should investigate. Agreed. They moved with synchronized purpose, leaping from the monument toward the forest beyond the village walls. No words were needed as they established a swift, efficient pace through the trees. Naruto noticed how naturally they had fallen into complementary rhythms, his broader jumps balanced by her lighter, more frequent touches on branches. Their shared force sensitivity created an unspoken communication that transcended their brief acquaintance. The forest thickened as they approached the disturbance. Ancient trees giving way to even older growth, massive trunks wider than houses, canopies that nearly blocked the morning sun. Naruto recognized this section of forest as one rarely patrolled, led due to unusual chakra patterns that interfered with sensory abilities. The boundaries thin here, Ahsoka observed quietly, slowing her pace. The natural force signature is fluctuating. Naruto nodded, extending both chakra and force awareness. There's something about this place. It's always felt strange, even before all this dimensional stuff started. They proceeded more cautiously, alert for any sign of threat. The disturbance led them to a small clearing dominated by a single tree of impossible proportions, its trunk wider than Konoha's main gate, its uppermost branches lost in mist above. Unlike the surrounding forest, this titan bore leaves of silvery blue, shimmering with an inner luminescence that defied natural explanation. At its base, barely visible against the massive roots, knelt a slender figure. Ahsoka signaled for caution, her hand drifting toward her lightsabers. Naruto acknowledged with a slight nod, circling to approach from another angle. They converged silently, observing the stranger from concealment. The woman, for it was clearly female, wore clothing unlike anything from the 5 great nations, a fitted jumpsuit of deep blue material under a laboratory coat adorned with unfamiliar insignia. Her skin was pale lavender, hair a cascade of darker purple styled in complex braids interwoven with small technological components. Most striking her eyes, solid silver with no visible pupils, currently fixed on a device in her hands that emitted soft, pulsing light. Fascinating readings, she murmured to herself, apparently recording observations. The dimensional membrane is only 0.027 parsecs thick at this nexus point, and the resonance pattern indicates repeated thinning over approximately 8 standard millennia. The accent matched Ahsoka's, confirming Naruto's suspicion, another visitor from her dimension. But unlike the Sith invaders, this one appeared to be conducting scientific research rather than planning conquest. Naruto glanced at Ahsoka, raising an eyebrow in silent question. She responded with a subtle hand signal. Non-hostile, approach with caution. They emerged simultaneously from different directions, ioning themselves to prevent easy escape without appearing overtly threatening. The woman looked up, silver eyes widening momentarily before her expression settled into careful neutrality. Well, she said, rising smoothly while securing her device in a coat pocket, I wondered when the local authorities would find me. Her gaze fixed on Ahsoka, recognition flickering. Though I certainly wasn't expecting a former Jedi. Republic Science Division, Ahsoka inquired, her stance relaxed but ready. Technically correct, though somewhat outdated terminology. The woman inclined her head slightly. Amara Kresh, senior xenophysicist. Galactic Scientific Coalition. And you're Ahsoka Tano. Quite far from home, I must say. Naruto stepped forward. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, shinobi of Konohagakure. Am I? ND explaining what you're doing at the base of our sacred tree. Amara's silver eyes assessed him with unmistakable scientific interest. Sacred, you say? Fascinating. That would explain the concenter. Aided reverence imprint in the psychic resonance field. She gestured toward the massive tree. And to answer your question, I'm documenting dimensional anomalies. This convergence point shows evidence of being a natural thin spot between our realities, predating the artificial rifts by several millennia. So you're not with Mortis, Ahsoka stated, though her posture remained vigilant. The Sith Lord. Amara's expression shifted to one of professional disdain. Certainly not. His crude manipulation of dimensional boundaries is precisely what drew our attention. The coalition has been monitoring unusual spatial disturbances for months. When the analysis indicated deliberate interference rather than natural phenomena, I volunteered to investigate. Naruto exchanged a glance with Ahsoka. The scientist's explanation aligned with what they'd learned about the rifts, but caution remained advisable. How did you cross dimensions? He asked. Amara reached slowly into another pocket, moving with deliberate care to avoid appearing threatening, and withdrew a small, spherical device. Modified transport sphere. Single use. Unfortunately, it locks onto natural weak points in the dimension L barrier and creates a controlled micro-rift precisely calibrated to individual mass. Convenient, Ahsoka observed. Expensive, Amara corrected with a wry smile. And now that I've answered your questions, perhaps you could explain something equally puzzling. She turned to Naruto, silver eyes gleaming with undisguised curiosity. You're projecting force signatures unlike anything in our records. Yet you're clearly native to this dimension. The energy pattern resembles the force, but it's structured differently, channeled through organic pathways rather than flowing freely. Naruto blinked, surprised by her perception. You can sense chakra. Is that what you call it? Fascinating terminology. Suggests a connection to ancient Sanskrata traditions in our dimension. Amara stepped closer, scanning him with unconcealed scientific interest. I can't manipulate it, but my sensory implants detect energy patterns across multiple spectrums. Your chakra reads like a highly organized variant of force energy. Constrained within biological channels. We've theorized that chakra might be evolutionarily related to the force, Ahsoka interjected, her initial wariness softening at the prospect of scientific insights. Possibly an adaptation that occurred when this dimension separated from ours. Amara's eyes lit with intellectual excitement. That aligns perfectly with my preliminary findings. This tree, she gestured to the towering giant, shows quantum entanglement signatures matching those of vergences in the force within our dimension. If this is indeed a sacred site in your culture, it suggests ancestral recognition of its significance as a dimensional anchor point. Naruto glanced between Ahsoka and Amara, their shared scientific enthusiasm momentarily overwhelming his more practical concerns. He cleared his throat. This is all fascinating, but there's a more immediate issue. If you detected the dimensional tampering, others might have too. We need to know what we're facing. Amara sobered immediately. You're right, of course. And the situation is more dire than you might realize. She withdrew her recording device again, manipulating controls to project a three-dimensional holographic model of what appeared to be two overlapping spheres connected by several glowing points. These represent our respective dimensions. The connection points are rifts, natural thin spots and artificial breaches. The hologram shifted, the spheres moving slowly closer. This is what my calculations predict within approximately 3 standard months, Amara continued. Her voice taking on clinical detachment that barely masked underlying concern. The artificial rifts are creating quantum resonance patterns that weaken the fundamental separation between dimensions. If the process continues unchecked, we face potential dimensional collapse. Meaning what, exactly? Naruto pressed, studying the hologram with growing apprehension. Total convergence of realities, Amara replied grimly. Laws of physics attempting to reconcile irreconcilable differences. Gravitational anomalies, temporal distortions, matter-energy conversion events. Essentially, apocalyptic conditions in both dimensions. Silence fell as the implications settled. Naruto's mind raced through potential scenarios, none of them promising. He'd faced world-ending threats before, but T.S. was different. Not a singular enemy to defeat, but a fundamental breakdown in reality itself. And Mortis is deliberately causing this? Ahsoka asked, breaking the silence. Amara's expression darkened. The evidence suggests he understands exactly what he's doing. The rifts aren't random. They follow a precise geometric pattern that maximizes dimensional instability. It's not just invasion, it's systematic destabilization. But why would he want to destroy both dimensions? Naruto questioned. That doesn't make strategic sense. Unless destruction isn't his goal, Amara countered, manipulating the hologram to show a third possibility. The spheres partially merged but stabilized. My models indicate a narrow possibility of controlled convergence, a partial merging that creates a new hybrid reality conforming to the will of whoever controls the process. Understanding dawned on Naruto. He doesn't want to conquer our world. He wants to reshape both worlds into something new, with himself as the architect of reality. Ahsoka finished, her voice tight with concern. It's consistent with Sith philosophy, the ultimate expression of imposing one's will on the Force. Amara deactivated the hologram, her scientific detachment momentarily slipping to reveal genuine fear. The coalition sent me to gather information, not expecting immediate intervention would be necessary. I have no extraction plan, limited equipment, and communications that can't penetrate dimensional barriers. She straightened her shoulders. However, I do have extensive knowledge of the theoretical physics involved. And I'm fully authorized to cooperate with local authorities to prevent catastrophic outcomes. Naruto studied her for a moment, then nodded decisively. We need to get you to Konoha. The Hokage should hear this directly. He turned to Ahsoka. And we need to accelerate my training. If we're going to fight someone manipulating dimensional boundaries, I need to understand both chakra and the Force better than I do now. Ahsoka nodded in agreement. We should also examine the tree more closely. If it's a natural thin point between dimensions, it might provide insights into stabilizing the barriers. I've collected preliminary data, Amara offered, but more comprehensive analysis would require equipment I don't currently possess. Our research division might have compatible technology, Naruto suggested. They've been studying unusual energy signatures since the war ended. A sudden tremor shook the ground beneath them, subtle but unmistakable. Simultaneously, the KYB crystal in Naruto's pocket pulsed with warning heat. He exchanged an alarmed glance with Ahsoka. Another rift. She closed her eyes briefly, extending her Force senses. No. But the local dimensional fabric is fluctuating. Something's approaching. Amara consulted her device, silver eyes widening. Dimensional transit signature detected. Small scale, precisely targeted. She looked up, expression grave. Someone's coming through, right here. Naruto moved instinctively, positioning himself between the potential threat and the others. His fingers formed shadow clone seals even as he reached for both chakra and the Force. The air approximately 20 meters from the tree began to distort, not the chaotic tearing of a full rift, but a controlled, spiral pattern distortion that suggested deliberate technique. A sphere of darkness formed at the center, expanding to approximately 2 meters in diameter before solidifying into a humanoid figure. The newcomer stepped forward as the dimensional effect dissipated, revealing a tall, slender being draped in fitted armor of obsidian scales over crimson robes. A mask of polished black metal concealed all facial features except for eyes that gleamed with amber malevolence. Sith, Ahsoka whispered, lightsabers already in hand though not yet ignited. The figure surveyed them with calculated assessment before speaking in a voice that seemed to bypass air entirely, resonating directly within their minds. Interesting. I expected to find the scientist, but not a Jedi, or whatever you are. The masked head tilted slightly toward Naruto. Your energy signature is unusual, neither fully Force-sensitive nor fully separate from it. Who are you? Naruto demanded, maintaining his defensive stance. Through both chakra sensing and his developing Force awareness, he detected tremendous power in the visitor, disciplined, controlled, but seething with dark potential. I am Darth Vectus, apprentice to Lord Mordus, master of dimensional convergence. The mental voice carried notes of pride and absolute conviction. I've come for the scientist and her data. The rest of you are negotiable casualties. Amara stepped back, positioning herself behind both Naruto and Ahsoka. The coalition won't tolerate Sith interference with scientific exploration, she stated, her voice admirably steady despite obvious fear. A sound like bitter laughter echoed in their minds. The coalition's tolerance is irrelevant. Soon, there will be no separation between dimensions, only the reality Lord Mordus creates from the convergence. Without further warning, Vectus extended both hands, unleashing twin streams of crackling purple energy. Ahsoka's lightsabers ignited instantly, intercepting one stream while Naruto deflected. Ed the other with a rapid wind-style jutsu. Get Amara to the village. Naruto called to Ahsoka, already creating 6 shadow clones that immediately surrounded the Sith apprentice. Ahsoka shook her head, moving to flank their opponent. We stand better chances together. Besides, she added with grim determination, running won't help if he can track dimensional signatures. Vectis observed the shadow clones with clinical interest. Fascinating. Physical duplication rather than force illusion. Your dimension has developed some creative techniques. The clones attacked simultaneously, EACH employing different taijutsu approaches to test the Sith's defenses. Vectis moved with fluid precision, lightsaber igniting to reveal a blade of deep purple that hummed with malevolent purpose. TWO clones dispersed immediately to precise strikes, while the others adapted their approach based on the shared information. Naruto analyzed the fighting style through his clones' experiences. Unlike the acolytes they'd faced previously, Vectis displayed mastery of multiple combat forms, shifting between aggressive offense and impenetrable defense with seamless grace. More concerning was the Sith's efficient use of the Force, not just for direct attacks but for environmental manipulation, using telekinetically controlled debris as additional weapons. Ahsoka entered the fray with practiced skill, her dual white lightsabers creating a defensive pattern that complemented the clones' attacks. She moved with economical precision, each step and strike flowing from decades of training. Naruto noted how the Sith adjusted to her presence, recognition of a known quantity amid unfamiliar variables. This presented both challenge and opportunity. Pattern Sigma, he called to his remaining clones, simultaneously preparing his own approach. The clones immediately shifted tactics, 2 engaging Vectis directly while 2 others moved to supporting positions, channeling chakra for a combined technique. Ahsoka, recognizing the strategic shift, adjusted her own movements to create openings where Naruto needed them. Despite their limited time working together, their combat synergy had developed. With remarkable speed, her Jedi training complementing his shinobi techniques in ways neither tradition had anticipated. The supporting clones completed their preparations, releasing a coordinated wind-style vacuum blast that confined Vectis momentarily in a vortex of pressurized air. Taking advantage of the momentary constraint, Ahsoka executed a precise series of strikes that would have dismembered a less skilled opponent. Vectis, however, responded with a force technique Naruto hadn't previously encountered, a pulse of energy that disrupted the wind vortex while simultaneously pushing Ahsoka back several meters. The Sith followed immediately with a telekinetic assault that uprooted several massive tree roots, hurling them toward both Ahsoka and Amara. Naruto intercepted the attack, his hands forming seals with practiced speed. Earth-style mud wall. A massive barrier erupted from the ground, absorbing the impact of the flying roots with a thunderous crash. Simultaneously, he channeled the force through his awareness, sensing Vectis's next movement before it began. The prediction allowed him to position a clone precisely in the Sith's blind spot as Vectis leapt over the mud wall. The clone struck with a perfectly timed Rasengan, not aimed to kill, but to disable. At the last possible moment, Vectis twisted in midair, avoiding the full impact but still taking a glancing BL. Ow that sent him sprawling into the massive tree trunk. The Sith recovered with inhuman speed, but not before Naruto noticed something significant. The point where Rasengan had partially connected showed damage to the armor, indicating that chakra-based attacks bypassed standard Sith defenses. Ahsoka, he called. Force techniques first to distract, chakra techniques to finish. They can't defend against both simultaneously. She nodded in understanding, immediately implementing the strategy. Her next assault began with force-enhanced movements that drew Vectis's attention and defensive resources, creating openings for Naruto's chakra-based attacks. The Sith apprentice, recognizing the tactical adaptation, shifted to a more cautious approach. Impressive coordination for recent acquaintances, the mental voice observed. A note of genuine interest beneath the malice. Perhaps Lord Mordus would find you more valuable as subjects than casualties. Not interested, Naruto replied, forming a familiar cross-shaped seal. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. The clearing filled with dozens of identical Narutos, each moving into position with practiced coordination. Vectis's eyes widened lightly behind his mask, the first indication of genuine surprise. Such wasteful expenditure of energy, asterisk, the Sith commented, though his stance betrayed increased caution. Only if you don't know how to use it effectively. Naruto countered. The clones attacked in carefully coordinated waves, not simply overwhelming with numbers, but implementing complex tactical patterns developed through years of refinement. Each wave tested different aspects of Vectis's defense, identifying weaknesses while providing cover for Ahsoka's increasingly effective strikes. Amara, meanwhile, hadn't remained passive. From relative safety behind Naruto's earth wall, she manipulated her scientific equipment with rapid precision, scanning the battle and the dimensional fluctuations surrounding it. "The tree," she called urgently. "His presence is destabilizing the dimensional thin point. If the convergence accelerates here, it could trigger a cascading reaction throughout the region." Naruto processed this information instantly, adjusting his strategy. They needed to end this quickly and move the battle away from the tree. He caught Ahsoka's eye, communicating the urgency with a subtle nod toward the scientist. Understanding immediately, Ahsoka increased the intensity of her assault, forcing Vectis to focus more attention on her lightsabers. This created the opening Naruto needed. Drawing on both chakra and the force simultaneously, he channeled energy into his palm, but unlike a standard Rasengan, he incorporated the resonance pattern he'd sensed in the Kyber crystal. The result was a spira, Ling sphere that glowed with blue-white intensity, threads of golden force energy visibly interwoven with the chakra structure. Vectis sensed the danger too late. As he moved to counter Ahsoka's latest attack, 5 shadow clones simultaneously struck from carefully calculated angles, disrupting his defensive stance. In the critical moment of imbalance, Naruto drove the modified Rasengan directly into the Sith's chest. Harmonic Rasengan. The impact released energy in concentric waves that visibly distorted the air. Vectis's armor shattered at the point of contact, the force of the blow sent him crashing through multiple trees before embedding him in a distant rock face. Naruto didn't waste the advantage, signaling his remaining clones to secure the Sith while he checked on Ahsoka and Amara. Ahsoka began, deactivating her lightsabers. Experimental. Naruto finished with a slightly sheepish grin. First time combining chakra and the force in a Rasengan. Brilliant, Amara interjected, silver eyes wide with scientific excitement despite the danger. The harmonic resonance created a cross-dimensional impact that briefly unified the energy patterns of both realities. She manipulated her scanner eagerly. The applications for stabilizing the dimensional boundaries are potentially revolutionary. A distant crash interrupted their momentary respite. Naruto sensed his clones dispersing, forcibly, rather than by choice. Through their returned experiences, he perceived Vectis rising from the rubble, armor shattered but determination unbroken. "He's injured but not defeated," Naruto warned, already preparing for another confrontation. Ahsoka nodded grimly. "Sith are notoriously difficult to kill. We need to get back to Konoha," Amara urged, checking her instruments. "The dimensional fluctuations are increasing. Another confrontation here could trigger a localized collapse." Naruto made a swift decision. "I'll hold him off. Get Amara to the village and inform Kakashi-sensei about the situation." "I'm not leaving you to face a Sith Lord alone," Ahsoka countered firmly. "Apprentice," Naruto corrected with a hint of his old bravado. "And I won't be alone." He formed the familiar seal again. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 20 perfect duplicates appeared, each bearing the same determined expression. "My clones will delay him while we all retreat. Strategic withdrawal, not abandonment." Quote. Ahsoka hesitated, then nodded in reluctant agreement. "Very well, but we move together until the last possible moment." They retreated swiftly, Naruto's clones spreading throughout the forest to create false trails and ambush points. As they raced toward Konoha, periodic sounds of combat echoed behind them, clones engaging Vectis to slow his pursuit. Amara maintained a steady stream of observations as they moved. "The dimensional instability is following us, or more precisely, following him. Sith techniques must inherently disrupt the barriers between worlds." "Makes sense," Ahsoka replied without breaking stride. "Sith manipulate the Force in ways that strain natural patterns. If the dimensional boundaries are already weakened, then every of their techniques could further damage the fabric of reality," Naruto finished, understanding the implications. "Which means we need to find a way to fight them without making the problem worse." My chakra signature doesn't register on dimensional scanners, Amara noted thoughtfully. Perhaps because it's native to this reality. If Sith techniques accelerate the destabilization, native energy forms might help stabilize it. Naruto considered this as they approached Konoha's outer perimeter. That could explain why our combined approach worked to close the rift. Ahsoka's force techniques provided the framework, while my chakra provided stable energy native to this dimension. A distant explosion signaled the fall of his last shadow clone. Through the returned experiences, Naruto-sen said Vectus's approach, slowed by injury but advancing with implacable determination. He's still coming, Naruto informed the others as they passed through Konoha's gates. And he's calling for reinforcements. Ahsoka's expression darkened. We need to prepare the village. If Mortis sends a larger force, Kakashi-sensei has already implemented defensive protocols, Naruto assured her, leading them toward the Hokage Tower. After the first attack, we established response teams specifically trained to counter force users. Without understanding the force, Amara questioned skeptically. Naruto smiled grimly. Understanding your enemy is ideal. Adapting to defeat them anyway is a shinobi specialty. The Hokage's office buzzed with activity when they arrived, multiple Jonin receiving assignments while sensory-type ninja monitored chakra patterns throughout the village. Kakashi himself stood before a large map table, marking potential defensive positions with practiced efficiency. He looked up as they entered, his visible eye taking in Amara with analytical sharpness before turning to Naruto. Another dimensional visitor, I presume. Amara Kresh, Galactic Scientific Coalition, Naruto confirmed. She has critical information about the dimensional rifts, and we have a Sith apprentice approximately 10 minutes behind us. Kakashi absorbed this with characteristic composure. Shizune, activate Protocol Sigma. Full perimeter alert, civilian shelters, medical teams on standby. He turned to Amara. Ms. Kresh, I'd be grateful for any tactical insights regarding our pursuer. Impressed by his calm efficiency, Amara stepped forward. Darth Vectus, apprentice to Mortis. Highly skilled in lightsaber combat and force techniques emphasizing electrical manipulation. RENC. Counter suggests vulnerability to chakra-based attacks, particularly when combined with force elements to disrupt his defenses. Harmonized attacks, Kakashi mused, glancing at Naruto. Like your new Rasengan variant. Naruto nodded, unsurprised that Kakashi had already intuited his technique development. Exactly. Standard chakra techniques work, but combining them with force elements creates impacts he can't properly defend against. Quote, which presents an obvious tactical challenge, Kakashi observed, since you're currently our only shinobi with force capabilities. Not necessarily, Ahsoka interjected. In my brief time here, I've noticed that certain individuals demonstrate natural resonance with force energies, particularly those with strong affinity for nature transformation. Kakashi's interest sharpened. Specific examples. The woman with pink hair who helped during the initial attack, Sakura, I believe. Her precise chakra control created patterns remarkably similar to force healing techniques. And the shadow manipulation user, Shikamaru, Naruto supplied. Yes, his shadow techniques manipulate fundamental connections between objects in ways that mirror advanced force abilities. Kakashi processed this information with rapid efficiency. So certain chakra natures may be more compatible with force techniques. Interesting. He turned to Shizune. Have Sakura, Shikamaru, and Sai join us immediately. If we're developing hybrid defense strategies, we'll need our most adaptable specialists. As Shizune departed, Amara activated her holographic projector, Dispel, eyeing the dimensional model she'd shown earlier. There's something else you should know. The dimensional disturbances aren't random. They follow a specific geometric pattern consistent with ancient Sith rituals described in Coalition archives. She manipulated the display to highlight connection points between the dimensional spheres. These match precisely with locations of historical significa. NCE in both our worlds, places where the membrane between dimensions was already naturally thin. Like the sacred tree in the northern forest, Naruto observed. Exactly. By targeting these natural convergence points, Mortis can maximize the effect of his techniques with minimal energy expenditure. She expanded the model further. Based on the pattern established so far, I can predict the XT3 likely targets for dimensional rifts. Kakashi studied the indicated locations with growing concern. One corresponds with the Land of Iron, neutral territory with significant historical importance. Another appears to be in the Land of Whirlpools, Naruto's ancestral homeland. And the third, Ahsoka asked. Directly beneath this village, Amara replied grimly. Specifically, under what appears to be a massive tree at your village center. The Great Tree, Kakashi confirmed, expression darkening behind his mask. Legend holds it grew from a seed planted by the Sage of Six Paths himself. Understanding dawned on Naruto. That's why they attacked here first. They're not just creating random entry points, they're targeting locations with specific energy signatures. Precisely, Amara agreed. In my dimension, we would call such locations vergences, places where the force naturally concentrates, often associated with ancient settlements or sacred sites. A distant explosion shook the building, interrupting their analysis. Naruto extended his senses, immediately detecting the source. Vectis has reached the village perimeter, he reported. Eastern section, near the rebuilt gate. Right where the previous rift opened, Ahsoka noted with concern. He may be attempting to reactivate it. Kakashi moved with decisive efficiency. Naruto, Ahsoka, intercept and delay. Primary objective is preventing any dimensional manipulation. Ms. Kresh, please continue briefing my staff on dimensional vulnerabilities. He turned to the assembled Jonin. Implement containment protocols. No direct engagement unless absolutely necessary, support roles only. As they moved to implement these orders, Sakura entered the room, followed closely by Sai and Shikamaru. All three assess. The situation with the practiced eye of veteran shinobi. Another dimensional visitor, Shikamaru drawled, nodding toward Amara. Friendly this time, Naruto confirmed. But we've got a hostile at the eastern perimeter. Sith apprentice. Extremely dangerous. Troublesome, Shikamaru sighed, though his posture had already shifted to combat readiness. I assume we're the specialized response team. Exactly, Kakashi replied. Sakura, your chakra control may be compatible with force techniques. Coordinate with Ahsoka for hybrid approach strategies. Shikamaru, your shadow possession could prove effective against force users if properly applied. Sai, your ink creations appear to register differently on force senses, potential tactical advantage. Each acknowledged their assignments with professional focus. As they prepared to move out, Naruto drew Ahsoka aside briefly. That technique I used against Vectis, the harmonic Rasengan. I think I can develop it further, but I need to understand more about how Kyber crystals channel the force. Ahsoka considered this thoughtfully. Kyber crystals naturally amplify and focus force energies according to the user's intentions. In lightsabers, they convert force energy into plasma contained within an electromagnetic field. But they're more than just tools, aren't they? The way this one responds to me feels personal. You're right, she acknowledged, leading him toward the exit as they spoke. In Jedi tradition, Kyber crystals are semi-sentient. They choose their wielders as much as we choose them. She glanced at the crystal visible in his equipment pouch. Yours bonded with you instantly, which is extremely rare. It suggests you were meant to find it. Before Naruto could respond, another explosion rocked the building, closer this time. They quickened their pace, emerging onto the roof for a better tactical overview. The eastern sector was already engaged in combat. Vectis stood at the center of what had been the previous rift site, deflecting kunai and shuriken with casual sweeps of his lightsaber while periodically unleashing force lightning against approaching shinobi. Despite his earlier injuries, he moved with fluid precision, seemingly unhampered by fatigue. More concerning was the device he appeared to be installing at the precise center of the former rift, a crystalline construct that pulsed with ominous energy. Dimensional anchor, Ahsoka identified grimly. If he activates that, it will force the rift open regardless of local conditions. Naruto assessed the situation with tactical clarity. Sakura, Sai, civilian evacuation and perimeter control. Shikamaru, coordinate with defensive teams to establish containment barriers. He turned to Ahsoka. We'll engage directly. Primary objective I.S. destroying that anchor before it activates. They moved with synchronized purpose, each executing their assigned roles with professional efficiency. Sakura immediately began organizing evacuation procedures. her medical training allowing her to prioritize vulnerable individuals. Sai deployed ink constructs to establish observation posts and communication relays. Shikamaru connected with the defensive teams, quickly developing layered containment strategies using a combination of barriers and shadow techniques. Naruto and Ahsoka approached the battle zone from opposite directions, implementing the flanking strategy they'd developed during their earlier encounter with Vectis. As they closed in, Naruto observed the Sith's technique with newfound understanding, recognizing the distinct GY patterns of force manipulation underlying the more visible effects. The anchor's nearly active, Ahsoka warned through their communications link. 3 minutes at most. I see it, Naruto confirmed, signaling to his pre-positioned shadow clones. Initiating diversion pattern Delta. 5 shadow clones emerged simultaneously from concealed positions, each attacking from different angles with varied techniques. Their purpose wasn't to defeat Vectis, but to divide his attention and defensive resources. The Sith responded with impressive adaptability, lightsaber moving in precise arcs to intercept attacks while force techniques created environmental defenses. However, Naruto noted with satisfaction that the majority of Vectis's focus remained on the clones using force-infused technique. Suggesting he perceived those as greater threats than standard chakra attacks. This predictable prioritization created the opening they needed. While Vectis engaged the diversionary clones, Ahsoka approached the anchor from his blind spot, lightsabers ready to disable the device. At the last possible moment, Vectis spun, abandoning his defense against the clones to unleash a powerful force push directly at Ahsoka. The attack caught her mid-movement, sending her flying backward into a partially reconstructed building. Did you truly believe I wouldn't sense a Jedi's approach? The mental voice mocked. Your force signature blazes like a beacon. Naruto didn't waste energy responding to the taunt. Instead, he implemented their contingency plan, signaling the specialized clone he'd positioned during the initial diversion. This clone had maintained perfect stillness, suppressing its chakra signature while gathering nature energy. Now it moved with the enhanced speed of Sage mode, covering the distance to the anchor in a heartbeat. Vectis detected the approach too late, his lightsaber intercepting the clone's physical form but missing its true purpose, the small object it had thrown directly at the anchor. The paper bomb, infused with both chakra and force energy drawn through the kyber crystal, attached to the anchor's base. Vectis's eyes widened in recognition of the threat, but before he could react, Naruto activated the detonation sequence. The explosion wasn't particularly large, but its harmonic frequency, carefully calibrated to disrupt dimensional technology, shattered the crystalline structure of the anchor. Fragments scattered across the battlefield, each shard vibrating with unstable energy. Vectis howled in rage, abandoning all pretense of controlled combat. Force lightning erupted from his fingertips in chaotic streams, striking indiscriminately at surrounding structures, defensive barriers, and Naruto's remaining clones. You understand nothing of what you interfere with. Primitive. The mental voice radiated cold fury. This world is destined for transformation, its crude energies harvested to fuel the new reality Lord Mordus will forge. Not interested in your reality, Naruto replied calmly, entering Sage mode himself as he prepared for direct confrontation. We're pretty attached to this one. The Sith's mask had cracked during the explosion, revealing a portion of gray-skinned face contorted with rage. Your attachment is meaningless. The convergence has already begun. This setback merely delays the inevitable. Ahsoka emerged from the rubble, lightsabers ignited and ready. She moved to Naruto's side, their energies aligning naturally as they prepared for coordinated assault. It's over, Vectis, she stated firmly. Your anchor is destroyed. Retreat, or face the consequences. For a moment, it seemed the Sith might indeed choose retreat. His posture shifted subtly, weight redistributing for potential withdrawal. Then his attention fixed on something behind Naruto, Amara, approaching cautiously with scanning equipment to assess the anchor fragments. The scientist, Vectis hissed, malevolent purpose flooding his mental voice. Lord Mordus will have her knowledge, even if I must deliver her in pieces. He launched forward with force-enhanced speed, lightsaber arcing toward Amara's unprotected form. Naruto moved to intercept, but a subtle shift in Vectis's approach revealed the feint too late. The primary attack had been misdirection, while a telekinetically controlled anchor fragment now hurtled toward Amara from behind. Recognizing the immediate threat, Naruto reached desperately with both chakra and the force, attempting to deflect the lethal projectile. Distance and speed worked against him. The fragment would reach Amara before his energies could affect it. In that critical moment, something unexpected happened. The kyber crystal in his equipment pouch blazed with sudden brilliance. Responding to his desperate intent without conscious direction, energy surged through Naruto's extended hand, manifesting as a visible barrier that materialized around Amara mere milliseconds before impact. The anchor fragment shattered against the barrier, its energies dissipating harmlessly. Simultaneously, Ahsoka engaged Vectis directly, her dual lightsabers forcing him into defensive posture. Naruto stared momentarily at his hand, processing what had just occurred. He'd created a force barrier instinctively, without training or conscious technique, a manifestation of pure protective intent amplified by the kyber crystal's resonance. No time to analyze now. He joined Ahsoka's assault on Vectis, their combined attack driving the Sith backward. With the anchor destroyed and his surprise attack thwarted, Vectis fought with increasing desperation, abandoning technique for raw power. Lightning coursed around his form, scorching the ground and creating a hemisphere of crackling energy that forced Naruto and Ahsoka to maintain distance. Through this chaotic display, Vectis withdrew a small spherical device similar to the one Amara had shown them, a transport sphere. This skirmish is meaningless, he snarled mentally, activating the device. Soon, Lord Mordus will open the Master Rift, and all your primitive defenses will prove worthless. Before they could prevent his escape, dimensional energies swirled around Vectis, enveloping him in rapidly contracting spirals. Within seconds, he vanished, not with the dramatic tearing of a full rift, but with a controlled implosion that left only scorched ground as evidence of his presence. Silence fell over the battlefield, broken only by the distant sounds of emergency response teams securing the area. Naruto and Ahsoka exchanged grim glances, both recognizing the ominous implications of Vectis's parting threat. Master Rift, Naruto questioned, deactivating Sage Mode as immediate danger passed. Ahsoka shook her head, concern evident. Nothing in Jedi records mentions such a concept. But if it follows the pattern of escalation we've seen, it could potentially create a permanent connection between dimensions, Amara supplied. Approaching cautiously while scanning the lingering energy signatures with her instruments. A sustained breach that would accelerate the convergence process exponentially. Shikamaru joined them, his analytical mind already processing strategic implications. So we stopped this attack, but they're planning something bigger. Troublesome. He gestured toward the Hokage Tower. Kakashi-sensei is establishing a joint task force to coordinate our response to these dimensional threats. He requests your presence for the briefing. As they made their way back to headquarters, Naruto noticed Amara studying him with undisguised scientific fascination. That barrier you created, she began, silver eyes gleaming with intellectual curiosity. It wasn't standard force technique, nor was it purely chakra-based. The energy signature registered as a harmonized hybrid, something theoretically impossible according to established dimensional physics. Naruto shrugged slightly. It wasn't intentional. I just needed to protect you, and it happened. That's consistent with how the Force often works, Ahsoka noted. Especially for untrained sensitives in moments of extreme need. But the execution was unusually refined for an instinctive response. Perhaps it's the crystal's influence, Amara suggested, adjusting scanner settings to focus on Naruto's equipment pouch. Kyber seems to be functioning as a natural harmonizer between force and chakra energies. Fascinating adaptation. Naruto removed the crystal from his pouch, studying its gently pulsing glow. It feels more integrated now. Less like a separate object and more like an extension of my energy systems. That's exactly how a properly attuned kyber crystal should feel to its chosen wielder, Ahsoka confirmed. Though the process usually takes months of meditation and focused intention. Nothing about Naruto has ever been normal, Shikamaru commented with dry affection. Why start now? Hokage's war room buzzed with focused activity when they arrived. Maps covered multiple walls, marked with known dimensional anomalies and potential future targets. Sensory-type shinobi monitored chakra patterns throughout the region. while communication teams coordinated with outlying villages and border patrols. Kakashi stood at the center table with Sakura, Sai, and representatives from various shinobi divisions. He acknowledged their arrival with a nod before addressing the assembled group. Based on intelligence gathered from recent encounters, we face a coordinated interdimensional threat targeting specific locations of historical and energetic significance. Our priorities are threefold: protect vulnerable sites, develop countermeasures against force-based techniques, and gather intelligence on enemy capabilities and intentions. He gestured toward Amara. Ms. Kresh has provided valuable insights regarding dimensional physics and potential stabilization approaches. I've authorized full cooperation between our research division and her scientific expertise to develop practical applications. Amara stepped forward, activating her holographic display to show an expanded model of the dimensional situation. The anchor device we encountered today represents concerning technological advancement in dimensional manipulation. Analysis of the fragments suggests Sith scientists have developed methods to artificially stimulate resonance between dimensional thin points. She manipulated the display to highlight specific locations. Based on established patterns and energy readings, we can predict 3 primary targets for major incursions within the next 14 days. Most concerning is this location. The map zoomed to highlight a remote mountainous region, where multiple natural thin points converge in a pattern consistent with requirements for a master rift, as referenced by Darth Vectus. What exactly would such a rift do? Sakura questioned, studying the map with focused attention. Theoretically, it would establish a permanent, self-sustaining connection between dimensions, Amara explained. Unlike the temporary rifts we've encountered, a master fort would continue expanding indefinitely, accelerating the convergence process beyond our ability to contain it. Grim silence followed this assessment as its implications registered with everyone present. Then our primary objective is preventing its creation, Kakashi stated, breaking the silence. Naruto, Ahsoka, your unique combination of abilities makes you our most effective countermeasure against dimensional manipulation. I'm assigning you to lead the response team for the predicted incursion points. He turned to Shikamaru. Develop a comprehensive tactical analysis incorporating shinobi techniques and what we've learned about force capabilities. I want specialized response protocols for each potential target location. Shikamaru nodded, already mentally cataloging relevant variables. The mountain location presents significant tactical challenges. Limited access routes, minimal cover, extreme weather conditions. We'll need specialized equipment and advanced positioning. The research division is developing portable barrier seals based on the energy signature of the closed rifts, Sakura added. Preliminary tests show promise for containing smaller breaches, though a master rift would likely overwhelm current prototypes. As the briefing continued, Naruto found himself studying the map with growing concern. The predicted targets formed a clear geometric pattern, but something about it triggered recognition beyond Amara's explanation. Something connected to Uzumaki history, to ancient sealing techniques he'd encountered during his training. The Kyber crystal pulsed gently against his chest, seemingly responding to his focused attention. With sudden clarity, Naruto understood what had been nagging at his subconscious. It's a 9 celestial gates formation, he stated, interrupting ongoing technical discussions. All eyes turned to him as he approached the map. The pattern matches an ancient sealing array described in Uzumaki scrolls, a technique foe. Are channeling cosmic energies through 9 precisely positioned anchor points. He indicated each location on the map. If you connect them, they form a specific configuration that amplifies natural energy flow. The Uzumaki used smaller versions for their most powerful seals, but this, he gestured to the full pattern, this is planetary scale. Amara's silver eyes widened with recognition. The Celestial Concordance. There are references to a similar configuration in ancient Jedi texts, a theoretical method for harmonizing force energies across vast distances. She manipulated her scanner excitedly. If we overlay the dimensional resonance patterns with this configuration, her hologram updated to show the combined data, revealing perfect alignment between the predicted incursion point (NTS) and the theoretical energy channels of the formation. It's not just invasion, Naruto concluded grimly. They're preparing to implement a massive sealing technique that would lock both dimensions into permanent convergence. Can it be countered? Kakashi asked, cutting directly to practical concerns. Theoretically, yes, Amara replied. Any sealing array can be disrupted if key nodes are disabled or counterbalanced. But the energies involved at this scale. She shook her head, scientific detachment momentarily overwhelmed by the magnitude of the threat. We would need to establish counter nodes at precisely calculated positions, Naruto continued, drawing on his knowledge of sealing techniques. Not to prevent the rifts from opening, but to redirect their energies into a stabilizing pattern rather than a convergent one. Ahsoka studied the pattern thoughtfully, like creating a harmonic resonance to balance discordant frequencies, similar to what we did to close the rifts, but proactively positioned and at much larger scale. Exactly, Naruto confirmed. The Uzumaki developed counter-sealing techniques specifically for disrupting enemy seals. The principles should apply at any scale, provided we can generate sufficient energy at the counter nodes. A moment of silence followed as everyone processed these revelations. The scope of the threat, and the precision required to counter it, exceeded anything they had previously encountered. Finally, Kakashi spoke, his voice calm but carrying unmistakable authority. We have our strategy. Amara, work with our sealing experts to develop counter node specifications. Shikamaru, coordinate deployment logistics for all predicted targets. Sakura, prepare medical response teams specialized in dimensional exposure symptoms. He turned to Naruto and Ahsoka. You two represent our best understanding of both energy systems involved. I need you to develop a practical methodology for establishing these counter nodes, something that can be implemented by regular shinobi with minimal force sensitivity. Naruto nodded, determination settling over him like a familiar cloak. The challenge was immense, the stakes impossible. Why high? But he'd faced seemingly insurmountable odds before. There's something else, he added, an idea forming as he considered their limited resources against the scale of the threat. The Kyber Cr. Eastal responds to both chakra and the force, harmonizing them naturally. If we could find more crystals, or something with similar properties. Impossible, Ahsoka interjected gently. Kyber Crystal ALS are extremely rare even in our dimension, and the likelihood of finding more here. Not necessarily, Amara interrupted, manipulating her scanner with renewed focus. The readings from the Sakura D tree we examined earlier show molecular structures remarkably similar to Kyber crystalline formations. If they share the same origin, perhaps from previous dimensional contact millennia ago, there might be natural deposits in this world. Particularly near historical convergence points. Hope sparked in Naruto's expression. Like the land of whirlpools, my ancestral homeland. Uzushiogakure was beweal, chi around what they called singing stones, that amplified sealing techniques. That's consistent with how Kyber crystals interact with force abilities, Ahsoka confirmed, her own expression brightening with possibility. If we could locate these deposits, they would provide natural anchor points for our counter nodes, Naruto finished, excitement building as the strategy took shape. Places where the barrier between dimensions is already naturally reinforced, making our job significantly easier. Kakashi nodded decisively. Then we have our immediate objective. Naruto, Ahsoka, Amara, Pr. Ipare for immediate departure to the land of whirlpools. Locate these crystalline deposits and determine their viability for our counter-sealing strategy. He turned to the broader assembly. The rest of you, continue preparations based on current intelligence. We face an unprecedented threat requiring unprecedented cooperation between specialists from all disciplines. As the meeting transitioned to specific team assignments, Naruto drew Ahsoka aside, the Kyber crystal pulsing gently in his hand. I need to accelerate my force training, he stated quietly. What happened today? The barrier I created instinctively, it saved Amara. But I need to understand how it works, how to control it intentionally. Ahsoka nodded in understanding, and I need to learn more about your sealing techniques. If we're creating counter nodes based on Uzumaki principles, I'll need to understand the fundamental theory. Knowledge exchange, Naruto summarized with a hint of his characteristic grin. You teach me about the Force, I'll teach you about chakra and sealing. Deal. Ahsoka's answering smile conveyed genuine warmth. Though I suspect we'll both be learning approaches neither tradition has explored before. The Kyber crystal flared briefly between them, its light seeming to affirm their partnership. a bridge between worlds just as they themselves had become. As they prepared for departure to the land of whirlpools, Naruto sensed the weight of responsibility settling upon him. Two worlds faced existential threat, dimensional barriers weakened with each passing day, and unknown enemies planned further incursions. Yet alongside this burden, he felt something else, a sense of purpose and potential unlike anything he'd experienced before. The convergence of chakra and the force within him represented not just personal evolution, but the possibility of harmony between dimensions thought forever separate. Whatever lay ahead in the ruins of his ancestral homeland, Naruto knew with absolute certainty. The path forward would require not just power, but understanding, not just defense, but transformation. The Kyber crystal pulsed against his heart, a silent promise of possibilities yet unrealized. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, Echoes of Ancients. Rain swept across the ocean in undulating sheets, obscuring the horizon where leaden sky met turbulent water. The small vessel pitched violently as another wave crashed against its bow, sending spray across the deck. Naruto stood unwavering at the prow, impervious to the deluge that plastered his hair to his forehead and soaked his clothes to the skin. His eyes remained fixed on the distance, searching through the storm for the first glimpse of his ancestral homeland. "You'll spot land no faster by drowning yourself," Ahsoka observed, emerging from below deck to stand beside him. Unlike Naruto, she'd had the foresight to don a weather-resistant cloak, though it did little to protect her face from the driving rain. "I've never been here before," Naruto replied without shifting his gaze. "To Uzushiogakure, the homeland of my mother's people." Understanding softened Ahsoka's expression. Heritage has a powerful pull. The Kyber crystal, secured beneath Naruto's soaked jacket, pulsed with increasing warmth as they pressed forward through the storm. Since their departure from Konoha 4 days prior, its resonance had steadily intensified, a compass needle drawing them inexorably toward something waiting in the ruins of Uzushiogakure. Below deck, Amara Kresh hunched over her scientific equipment, silver eyes reflecting the glow of holographic displays as she calibrated sensitive instruments. The vessel's erratic movement complicated her work, but she adjusted with practiced precision, fingers dancing across control surfaces with unwavering focus. Dimensional resonance patterns increasing exponentially, she murmured into her recording device. Harmonics suggest crystalline formations of significant scale, potentially comparable to the Virgence concentrations on Jeddah or Ilum. A particularly violent wave sent her instruments sliding across the makeshift workbench. She caught them with impressive reflexes, securing them with magnetic clamps before continuing her analysis. Additionally, atmospheric thinning between dimensional barriers shows consistent patterns suggesting repeated historical heaves, confirmation of theoretical models regarding natural convergence points. The cabin door slid open, admitting a slender woman with striking features, sharp cheekbones, penetrating amber eyes, and prematurely silver hair pulled back in an intricate braid. Shira Azuma, foremost expert in pre-shinobi archaeological artifacts, carried herself with the quiet confidence of someone accustomed to interpreting mysteries others couldn't even recognize. "Your scientific babbling is audible from the upper deck," she observed without rancor, closing the door against the howling wind. "Have you made actual progress? Or merely confirmed what we already suspected?" Amara looked up from her work, silver eyes meeting amber in a clash of professional methodologies. "Science advances through confirmation as much as discovery, drive, Azuma. But yes, I've identified specific frequency patterns matching known Kyber crystal formations. We're definitely approaching a significant deposit." Shira's expression remained skeptical. "And your instruments can distinguish these Kyber crystals from our world's natural chakra conductive minerals?" "The resonance signatures are distinct yet harmonically related," Amara replied, manipulating her display to show comparative waveforms. "Like different instruments playing the same melody. The mathematics suggest common origin despite evolutionary divergence." Unconvinced but unwilling to pursue a circular argument, Shira moved to examine the ancient scrolls spread across the adjacent table, fragmentary texts recovered from various archives, each offering tantalizing glimpses of Uzushiogakures lost knowledge. The Uzumaki records mention singing stones that enhance their sealing techniques, she mused, fingers hovering respectfully above fragile parchment. Described as tears from the celestial tree, that fell to earth when the Great Divide occurred. Her voice took on the cadence of recitation. They remember what was sundered, and through them, wholeness may be found again. Amara paused her calibrations, scientific interest peaked. That's consistent with kyber crystal properties. They retain harmonic memories of energies they've been exposed to, which explains their use in both Jedi and Sith holocrons as information storage media. It also aligns with what I've sensed from my crystal, Naruto added, entering the cabin with Ahsoka close behind. Both dripped seawater onto the floor, though Naruto had finally conceded to necessity and wrapped a towel around his shoulders. It doesn't just respond to my intentions, it almost anticipates them. Like it remembers something I've forgotten. Ahsoka nodded in agreement. Kyber crystals choose their wielders based on resonant compatibility. The Jedi interpreted this as the will of the Force. But there may be more tangible factors involved, genetic predisposition or energetic signatures passed through bloodlines. The Uzumaki were known for their unusual chakra, Naruto confirmed, unconsciously touching his stomach where the nine-tailed seal had once been prominent. Stronger, more resilient, particularly suited to sealing techniques. Shira's analytical gaze sharpened with intellectual hunger. Genetic adaptations specifically evolved to interact with these crystals. That would explain the clan's infamous longevity and chakra reserves. She turned to a particular scroll fragment. Here, an account from the clan's founding period mentions those who came before, teaching the original Uzumaki how to sing with the stones to bind reality itself. Those who came before, Ahsoka echoed, the phrase triggering recognition. Ancient Jedi texts use similar terminology when referring to Force-sensitive explorers who traveled beyond known space. She leaned closer to examine the scroll. The timeframes could potentially align. A sudden jolt interrupted their discussion as the vessel abruptly slowed. The captain's voice echoed through the communication system. Land sighted. Uzushio dead ahead. Approaching the barrier reefs now. All passengers secure equipment and prepare for complex navigation. Naruto returned to the deck immediately, drawn by an urgency he couldn't entirely explain. The storm had marginally subsided, allowing glimpses of a mountainous island emerging from the mist, jagged spires of stone rising from turbulent waters, surrounded by treacherous whirlpools that gave the hidden village its name. Even from this distance, he could see the remnants of once magnificent structures clinging to cliff faces and spanning natural archways, testament to architectural brilliance and engineering skill that had not saved Uzushiogakur from destruction during the Second Shinobi World War. The kyber crystal burned against his chest, its pulse accelerating as they drew closer to shore. Through newly developed force sensitivity, Naruto perceived complex energy patterns emanating from the island, not random, but deliberately structured, like an ancient machine still functioning millennia after its creator's departure. You feel it too, Ahsoka observed quietly, joining him at the rail. Naruto nodded. It's like the whole island is a giant seal array, powered by something deep beneath the surface. More than that, she replied, her expression distant as she extended her force awareness. There's a vergence here, a place where the force naturally concentrates. Stronger than any I've encountered outside Jedi temples. The vessel navigated carefully through channels between whirlpools, the captain demonstrating remarkable skill in reading treacherous currents. As they approached a partially collapsed harbor, Naruto noticed something peculiar about the stone pillars flanking the entrance. They weren't merely decorative, but precisely positioned markers inscribed with faded spiral patterns that matched the kyber crystal's resonance. Those were navigation aids, he realized aloud. Not just physical markers, but channeling points for the island's energy field. Shira emerged from below, equipment pack secured across her shoulders. Correct. According to historical accounts, only those with Uzumaki blood or specific chakra. A harmonization could safely navigate these waters. She studied the approaching harbor with professional assessment. The defense system appears partially active despite centuries of abandonment. He vessel docked at a weather-worn stone pier, one of few still intact among collapsed ruins. As they disembarked, the full scale of Uzushiogakur's ancient grandeur became apparent. Despite extensive destruction, enough remained to suggest a civilization far more advanced than contemporary shinobi societies. Spiraling towers, now partially collapsed, had once reached hundreds of meters skyward. Shed bridges spanned natural chasms with mathematical precision. Everywhere, the Uzumaki spiral symbol had been incorporated into architectural elements, not merely decorative but forming interconnect. Arrays visible only when viewed from specific angles. It wasn't just a village, Amara breathed, scientific detachment momentarily overwhelmed by the spectacle. It was a machine. The entire set, Lement, was constructed as an integrated technological system. Naruto moved forward instinctively, drawn by both bloodline connection and the crystal's insistent pulse. The rain had subsided to gentle mist that shrouded the ruins in ethereal half-light, blurring boundaries between past and present, material and spiritual. "Where do we begin?" Ahsoka asked, her own senses alert to the complex force patterns permeating the environment. "The Celestial Temple," Shira replied, consulting ancient maps spread beneath a waterproof cover. "Central structure, highest elevation, primary focus of Uzumaki sealing research. If significant kyber deposits exist, they'll be concentrated there." The ascent through the ruined village proved challenging. Centuries of abandonment had allowed nature to reclaim much of the settlement. With vegetation bursting through stone pavements and twining around collapsed columns. Yet the pathways remained discernible, spiraling routes that converged and diverged in patterns matching the energy flows Naruto sensed through the force. As they climbed, Amara maintained constant scans, her silver eyes widening at particularly significant readings. "The dimensional membrane is extraordinarily thin here," she reported, adjusting equipment settings to accommodate increasingly intense signals. "Approximately 1/16 the standard thickness measured elsewhere. And these energy patterns," she shook her head in scientific amazement. "They're maintaining the thinness deliberately, yet simultaneously reinforcing structural integrity. It's like a controlled viewing window between dimensions." "The Uzumaki were master sealers," Naruto responded, unconsciously channeling subtle amounts of chakra to interact with ancient arrays they passed. Each time he did so, dormant patterns briefly illuminated, recognizing his bloodline connection. Their techniques allowed them to manipulate reality itself through precisely calibrated energy manipulation. Shira's analytical gaze missed nothing. "You're activating the arrays instinctively," she observed. "Bloodline recognition protocols remain functional after centuries of abandonment, remarkable engineering." The path terminated at a vast plaza overlooking the island's central valley. At its center stood what remained of the Celestial Temple, a structure that defied conventional architectural principles. Unlike the spiraling towers below, the temple followed geometrically perfect crystalline patterns, its surfaces composed of a material that shimmered with inner luminescence despite centuries of weathering. Most striking was its apparent violation of physical laws. Sections seemed to exist in impossible configurations, angles connecting in ways that confused the eye and challenged fundamental understanding of three-dimensional space. "It's not fully within our dimension," Ahsoka realized aloud, her force perception revealing what physical senses couldn't properly interpret. "Parts exist simultaneously in multiple planes of reality." "Precisely," Amara confirmed, equipment readings spiking dramatically. "It's a physical manifestation of dimensional intersection, a structure deliberately bewealed at the convergence point between realities." Naruto approached the temple entrance, a perfect arch inscribed with spiraling script that shifted subtly as he observed it, characters rearranging themselves in response to his presence. The kyber crystal now burned against his chest, its resonance harmonizing with the structure before them. Without conscious decision, he placed his palm against the central inscription. Energy surged through the contact point, not painfully, but with overwhelming intensity that momentarily merged his consciousness with the temple itself. In that instant of connection, he perceived echoes of countless previous touches spanning millennia, generations of Uzumaki communing with the structure, maintaining ancient protocols whose purposes had eventually been forgot. And by all but the most senior clan members. The inscriptions flared with golden light that spread outward along previously invisible channels, illuminating the entire temple complex with a network of interconnected sealing arrays. The massive doors, seemingly solid stone, rippled like water and parted silently. "It recognized you," Shira whispered, academic detachment temporarily abandoned in the face of witnessing living history. "Not exactly," Naruto replied, understanding flowing from his momentary communion with the temple. "It recognized the harmonic signature of chakra and force energy combined. The same pattern left by the original builders." They entered reverently, each responding to the temple's profound energy in their own way. Amara's scientific curiosity manifested as rapid documentation, her instruments recording every detail for later analysis. Shira moved with the measured precision of an archaeologist, cataloging architectural elements and preservation states while C. Ross referencing with fragmentary records. Ahsoka extended her force awareness, connecting with centuries of accumulated spiritual energy. Naruto simply listened, not with ears, but with newfound sense. Idavati that transcended conventional perception. The temple spoke in harmonies beyond sound, vibrations beyond touch, illumination beyond light. Through combined chakra and force awareness, he interpreted patterns others could only partially perceive. The central chamber stretched upward to a crystalline dome that somehow contained constellations not visible in Earth's night sky. Beneath this astronomical display stood an altar of the same luminescent material as the temple's exterior, its surface inscribed with an intricate seal array centered around a circular depression approximately the size of Naruto's kyber crystal. It's a key interface, Amara observed, scanning the altar with increasing excitement. These patterns match quantum resonance frequencies associated with dimensional manipulation. An activation mechanism, Shira concurred, examining inscriptions with analytical precision. According to these texts, this chamber was designed for communion with those beyond the veil. Through tears of the celestial tree, Naruto approached the altar, guided by intuition stronger than conscious thought. The kyber crystal vibrated against his chest, its pulse synchronizing WITH energy patterns flowing through the chamber. Without hesitation, he removed the crystal and placed it in the circular depression. The effect was immediate and profound. The crystal flared with blinding luminescence that refracted through the chamber's crystalline elements, projecting images across every surface. Complex equations, astronomical charts, anatomical diagrams depicting energy flow through human bodies, information dense enough to require lifetimes of study materialized around them. Most significantly, holographic figures appeared, human in general form but with subtle differences suggesting non-terrestrial origin. They wore robes reminiscent of Jedi attire, though with elements Naruto recognized from ancient Uzumaki ceremonial garments. Each carried weapons unmistakably similar to lightsabers, though incorporating design elements suggesting technological transition rather than finished form. One figure stepped forward, addressing them directly through the recording. To those who activate this repository, we offer knowledge preserved through the Great Division. When the cosmic tree shattered, reality itself fractured into separate dimensions, a necessary sacrifice to prevent total collapse of the universal pattern. The figure gestured, creating a visual representation of a tree-like structure with branches extending into different planes of existence. We, the Celestial Guardians, remain to guide those with appropriate harmony signatures, individuals capable of perceiving and manipulating the foundational energy binding all realities. In this dimension, we have guided the development of what you call chakra, a specialized adaptation of universal energy channeled through biological pathways. The display shifted to show human figures with chakra networks illuminated, alongside comparative diagrams of force-sensitive individuals from the other dimension. The separation was never intended to be permanent. When sufficient understanding has developed in both realms, reunification becomes possible through controlled harmonic convergence. The repositories established at dimensional thin points contain necessary knowledge for this eventual process. Ahsoka stepped forward, her expression reflecting profound recognition. These are ancient Jedi, but from a tradition predating any historical records in our archives. Not Jedi, the recording continued, as if anticipating her observation. The distinctions you recognize emerged long after the division. We are celestial guardians, tasked with maintaining cosmic balance through understanding of universal energy in all its manifestations. The figure turned, addressing Naruto directly with uncanny precision. To the harmony bearer who has activated this repository, you represent the convergence point of divided energies, what you call chakra, and what others name the force. Through you, the path to controlled reunification may be discovered. Naruto's eyes widened at being so specifically addressed by a recording millennia old. How could they possibly know? Temporal perception, Amara suggested, scientific fascination overriding her usual reserve. If they truly understood dimensional physics at this level, Limited precognitive capability would be theoretically possible, especially regarding harmonic convergence points essential to their work. The recording continued, unaffected by their discussions. The crystals you seek, what some call kyber, others name celestial tears, exist in abundance beneath this temple. They are manifestations of dimensional intersection. Physical matter existing simultaneously in multiple realities. Through them, controlled manipulation of the dimensional barriers becomes possible. A map appeared, showing an elaborate network of chambers beneath the temple. Centered around a massive crystalline formation at the island's core. Access to the crystal heart is restricted to those demonstrating appropriate harmonic signatures. E-gateway responds only to balanced energy, neither light nor dark, but the unified whole from which both emerge. The recording began to fade, its final words directed once more at Naruto. Harmony bearer. The path forward requires integration rather than dominance. The barriers between dimensions weakened by external interference can be restored through balanced application of divided energies, only if wielded with understanding of their common source. As the holographic display dissolved, silence fell over the chamber, not empty, but charged with implications of what they'd witnessed. Kyber crystal continued to glow in the altar's depression, though with diminished intensity now that the primary information transfer had completed. Well, Shira finally spoke, her academic tone failing to entirely mask her awe. That rather comprehensively validates several controversial archaeological theories while simultaneously rendering others completely obsolete. More importantly, Ahsoka added, her expression thoughtful, it confirms what we've theorized about the relationship between chakra and the Force. They're not separate energies, but specialized adaptations of a common Force, like different dialects of the same original language. Amara studied her instrument readings with scientific precision. The mathematical models align perfectly with unified field theory. Errant expressions of fundamental cosmic energy, environmentally adapted through dimensional separation. She looked up, silver eyes gleaming with intellectual excitement. This represents the most significant scientific discovery in recorded history, proof of dimensional parallelism with controlled intersection points. While the others processed the philosophical and scientific implications, Naruto focused on practical application. The recording mentioned a crystal heart beneath the temple, a major deposit of kyber crystals we could potentially use for the counter nodes. He retrieved his crystal from the altar depression, its familiar warmth returning as it recognized his energy signature. With the crystal removed, the chamber's illumination diminished, returning to the diffuse luminescence that had greeted their entry. The entrance to the underground network should be here somewhere, Shira stated, examining the chamber's architecture with newfound understanding. Likely conceal, by seal-based mechanisms similar to those protecting the temple entrance. Naruto nodded, extending his senses through both chakra and the Force to detect subtle energy patterns. Near the altar, he identified a section of flooring with distinctive flow characteristics, energy circulating in contained patterns suggesting concealed mechanisms. Here, he indicated, kneeling to examine the area more closely. Unlike the main entrance, this section contained no obvious interface point. It requires more than physical contact. The recording mentioned balanced energy as the key. Ahsoka joined him, her own Force sensitivity detecting the concealed gateway. Balance between light and dark aspects of the Force, she suggested. Or in this context, perhaps balance between chakra and Force expression. Naruto considered this interpretation, instinctively understanding its correctness. He placed his palm against the center of the concealed door, simultaneously drawing on chakra and the Force, not as separate energies, but as complementary aspects of unified potential. The kyber crystal responded immediately, amplifying this harmonized energy and projecting it through his palm into the sealed doorway. Concentric rings of illumination spread outward from the contact point, ancient symbols briefly flaring before the entire section of floor dissolved into swirling energy that reconstituted as a spiral staircase descending into darkness. Molecular reconfiguration through directed energy application, Amara observed, scanning the transformed material. Technology thousands of years beyond current capabilities in either of our dimensions. Shira activated light sources from her equipment pack, distributing them among the group. The ancients clearly believed in testing the worthiness of those seeking their knowledge. She noted dryly, One wonders how many failed these elaborate security measures over the centuries. They descended carefully, the staircase curving in the signature Uzumaki spiral pattern. Unlike the weathered structures above, these passages showed no sign of deterioration, preserved in perfect condition by energies they could sense but not fully comprehend. The passage opened into a vast underground chamber that defied conventional spatial understanding. Though they had descended perhaps 100 meters, the space before them stretched seemingly finitely in all directions, a cosmic void filled with floating crystalline formations that ranged from tiny fragments to massive structures larger than Konoha itself. Most striking was the chamber's illumination, not from any identifiable source, but emanating from the crystals themselves. They pulsed in complex patterns, communicating in some ancient language of light and resonance. At the chamber's center hovered the largest formation, a perfect crystalline sphere approximately 50 meters in diameter, composed of interlocking geometric patterns that shifted subtly as they observed it. "The crystal heart," Ahsoka whispered, her voice carrying unexpected distances in the strange acoustics of the chamber. Naruto felt the kyber crystal respond to the larger formation, its pulse synchronizing with the massive heart's rhythmic illumination. Through this connection, he sensed something profound. The crystal heart wasn't merely a deposit of rare minerals, but a conscious entity of sorts, ancient beyond comprehension. "It's alive," he stated with quiet certainty. "Not like we are, but aware. Observing. Remembering. Semi-conscious crystalline entity," Amara murmured, her scientific terminology inadequate to capture the profound nature of what they encountered. Theoretically possible if crystalline structures achieve sufficient quantum complexity to support awareness patterns similar to neural networks. Shira, for once, seemed at a loss for academic classification. She simply observed with uncharacteristic reverence, her analytical mind overwhelmed by direct contact with omething that transcended historical categorization. Pathways of solid light extended from their position toward various crystal formations, including the central heart. Naruto stepped onto the nearest path without hesitation, feeling its solidity despite apparent insubstantiality. The others followed cautiously, maintaining formation as they approached the crystal heart. As they drew closer, details became apparent that hadn't been visible from a distance. The heart's surface contained countless tiny inscriptions, not carved, but somehow incorporated into its molecular structure. More significantly, smaller crystals orbited the main formation in complex patterns reminiscent of atomic structures. "It's a recording medium," Ahsoka realized, her force sensitivity interpreting patterns beyond visual perception. "The entire structure stores information, experiences, knowledge, possibly even personalities." "A memory crystal of unprecedented scale," Amara agreed, her instruments struggling to process the immense data patterns surrounding them. "If I'm interpreting these readings correctly, it contains information spanning at least 20,000 years." Naruto approached the heart's surface, drawn by resonance with his own crystal. As he neared, a section of the massive formation shifted, reconfiguring to create an interface point similar to the altar above, but vastly more complex. Without conscious decision, he placed his crystal into the receptacle that formed precisely to its dimensions. The connection was immediate and overwhelming, not simply information transfer, but consciousness expansion that temporarily dissolved boundaries between his identity and the ancient awareness within the crystal heart. Through this communion, Naruto perceived fragments of history spanning millennia. The original separation of dimensions, the establishment of guardian enclaves to preserve knowledge, the gradual evolution of force and chakra traditions as separate but parallel developments. He witnessed the founding of Uzushiogakure by descendants of those who had studied with the celestial guardians, their genetic structures modified over generations to facilitate enhanced interaction with dimensional energies. Most significantly, he received technical knowledge regarding crystal harmonization, precise methodologies for creating counter nodes capable of stabilizing diamonds, ional boundaries against artificial manipulation. The information downloaded directly into his consciousness, bypassing verbal language to impart understanding that would have required decades of conventional study. When the connection finally released, Naruto staggered backward, overwhelmed by the experience. Ahsoka caught him before he could fall, her steady presence anchoring him as his consciousness reintegrated. "I saw," he began, struggling to translate profound understanding into inadequate words. Everything. The whole history. How dimensions separated, how chakra evolved from the Force. How the Uzumaki were specifically adapted to maintain the boundaries. He straightened, newfound knowledge settling into organized patterns within his mind. And I know how to create the counter nodes. The crystal showed me exactly what we need to do. That's convenient, remarked a cold voice from behind them. They spun to find themselves no longer alone in the massive chamber. Near the entrance they had used stood a figure of imposing presence. Tall, clad in elaborate armor of obsidian and crimson, face concealed behind a mask of ancient design that incorporated both Sith and samurai elements. Behind him, a dozen warriors in lesser versions of the same armor formed a semicircle blocking the exit. Most concerning was the dark energy that radiated from the leader, a malevolent PR. Essence in the Force so intense that it created visible distortions in the surrounding space. Lord Mordus, Ahsoka identified grimly, lightsabers immediately in hand though not yet ignited. The Sith Lord inclined his head slightly, the gesture somehow conveying both acknowledgement and dismissal. Ahsoka Tano, once apprenticed to Anakin Skywalker. Your presence is unexpected, though ultimately irrelevant to my purpose. His attention shifted to Naruto, the mosque's eye slits narrowing slightly. You, however, represent a fascinating development. Neither fully Force-sensitive nor limited to this dimension's crude chakra techniques. He gestured toward the crystal heart. And now apparently deemed worthy of knowledge the celestial guardians kept hidden for millennia. Naruto positioned himself protectively before his companions, retrieving his kyber crystal from the heart's interface in a smooth motion. How did you find this place? A sound like cold laughter emerged from behind the mask. I've studied the dimensional convergence points for decades, child. The Uzumaki ruins were among the first locations I identified, though accessing this particular chamber proved challenging until recently. He gestured, and one of his warriors stepped forward, removing her helmet to reveal distinctively Uzumaki features: red hair, violet eyes, facial structure unmistakably similar to Naruto's own. Allow me to introduce Kurena Uzumaki, Mordus continued, satisfaction evident in his tone. Last survivor of a branch family that escaped Uzushiogeku's destruction by fleeing to my dimension decades ago. Her bloodline connection proved most useful in bypassing certain security measures. The woman's expression remained impassive, though Naruto sensed conflict beneath her disciplined exterior. Not a willing collaborator, then, but someone coerced through means he could only imagine. What do you want here? Ahsoka demanded, positioning herself for optimal defensive coverage of their group. The same thing you seek. Mordus replied simply. Access to kyber crystal deposits sufficient for large-scale dimensional manipulation. Though our purposes differ somewhat. He extended a hand toward the crystal heart. You hope to prevent dimensional convergence. I intend to control it, to forge a new reality from the best elements of both dimensions. Naruto's eyes narrowed, recalling the recorder's warnings. You're attempting forced convergence without understanding the consequences. Even these ancient beings with technology thousands of years advanced believed uncontrolled merging would be catastrophic. Their caution was born of limitation, not wisdom, Mordus dismissed. They lacked vision, the courage to reshape reality rather than merely preserving artificial boundaries. He stepped forward, dark energy swirling visibly around his form. The celestial guardians were cowards who fragmented existence rather than advancing it. I will undo their mistake, creating perfect unity where they chose division. Amara moved forward, scientific precision cutting through rhetoric. The mathematics don't support your theory. Forced convergence at the scale you propose LD create catastrophic harmonic distortions in fundamental forces. Both dimensions would likely collapse into chaotic energy states incapable of supporting complex matter. Mordus turned toward her, mask tilting slightly in what might have been amusement. The scientist speaks of mathematics without understanding the broader context. The equations change when sufficient will is applied through the Force. Reality itself becomes malleable to those with power to shape it. Typical Sith arrogance, Ahsoka stated flatly. Believing personal power trumps universal constants. Rather than taking offense, Mordus seemed to find her assessment entertaining. You were trained in such limited understanding of the Force, young Tano. There are techniques beyond Jedi comprehension, methods of real it. Why manipulation developed through millennia of Sith experimentation. While this exchange continued, Naruto communicated silently with Shira through subtle hand signals developed during mission preparation. Understanding immediately, she began inching toward a specific crystalline formation several meters to their right, one Naruto had identified during his communion with the crystal heart as Kanta. Ining crucial historical data they would need. Mortis, however, missed nothing. With a casual gesture, he sent a surge of force energy that blocked Shira's path, the dark power manifesting as visible. Crimson lightning that crackled menacingly before her. Your strategic maneuvering is transparent, Uzumaki, he stated coldly. Did you believe I wouldn't notice your silent communications? That I would monologue like some theatrical villain while you implemented countermeasures? Naruto abandoned pretense, shifting to direct confrontation. Then let's skip the philosophical debate. You're not taking these crystals for your convergence ritual. Mortis sighed audibly. Such tedious heroic declarations. I have no intention of taking anything. The crystal heart is far too massive to transport. He gestured to his warriors, who immediately began placing small devices at strategic points around the chamber. I merely require specific harmonic data, which my instruments are extracting as we speak. Understanding dawned on Naruto. You're mapping the resonance patterns to replicate them elsewhere. Precisely. The original crystals are merely templates. With proper analysis, synthetic IC versions can be created that amplify rather than stabilize dimensional boundaries. Mortis turned to the red-haired woman. Karena, secure the primary scanning node. The rest of you, eliminate these interferers. Their knowledge of this facility makes them unacceptably dangerous. The Sith warriors activated their lightsabers simultaneously, crimson blades humming with malevolent energy. They advanced in disciplined formation, clearly trained specifically for group combat against multiple opponents. Naruto exchanged a quick glance with Ahsoka, communicating tactical assessment without words needed. She nodded slightly, understanding his intent, and ignited her dual lightsabers in a fluid motion that transitioned immediately into defensive stance. Amara, Shira, find cover, Naruto instructed calmly. This is about to get complicated. Without waiting for acknowledgement, he created 6 shadow clones that immediately moved to defensive positions around their civilian companions. Simultaneously, he entered Sage mode, the familiar sensation of nature energy flooding his system now enhanced by force awareness that expanded his perception exponentially. The warriors attacked with coordinated precision, their crimson blades moving in patterns designed to overwhelm conventional defenses. Against typical opponents, their strategy would have proven devastatingly effective. Against Naruto and Ahsoka, it merely provided openings for counterattack. Ahsoka moved with the fluid grace of a lifetime spent mastering lightsaber combat, her white blades creating defensive patterns that simultaneously protected her position and redirected aggressive energy back toward her attackers. Unlike typical Jedi, whose styles often emphasized either defense or offense, Ahsoka had developed a highly adaptable approach that incorporated elements from multiple traditions, a reflection of her unusual path beyond conventional Jedi strictures. Naruto implemented a hybrid strategy drawing on shinobi techniques and his developing force abilities. Shadow clones engaged multiple opponents simultaneously, each employing different tactical approaches to assess weaknesses. Through their shared experiences, he quickly identified patterns in the warriors' training, advanced but predictable, emphasizing overwhelming force rather than adaptability. Most significantly, he confirmed his earlier hypothesis. While these warriors skillfully countered conventional force techniques, they had no effective defense against chakra-based attacks. Their training had prepared them for opponents whose energy manipulation followed familiar patterns, not the fundamentally different approach represented by shinobi jutsu. Exploiting this vulnerability, Naruto channeled chakra into specialized techniques, while using force awareness to anticipate enemy movements. The combination proved devastatingly effective. When 3 warriors attempted to outflank him through coordinated lightsaber assault, he NTERED with a wind-style vacuum blade that bypassed their energy defenses entirely, disrupting their formation and creating openings for precise counterattacks. Across the chamber, Ahsoka demonstrated why she had survived when so many other Jedi had fallen. Her unconventional dual-wielding style incorporated acrobatic movements that utilized the chamber's unusual gravitational properties to execute attacks from impossible angles. Most impressively, She had already adapted her approach based on observing Naruto's effectiveness, incorporating unpredictable timing changes that mimic the asymmetrical patterns of shinobi combat. Throughout this engagement, Naruto maintained awareness of Mortis's position. The Sith Lord had not joined the battle directly, instead focusing on the scanning devices his warriors had placed around the crystal heart. Kurena Uzumaki worked alongside him, her movements suggesting technical expertise despite obvious reluctance. Understanding the true strategic priority, Naruto signaled one of his shadow clones to disengage from defensive duties and attempt disabling the scanning array. The clone moved with exceptional stealth, utilizing both chakra suppression techniques and the force-based concealment Ahsoka had begun teaching him. It almost succeeded. The clone had reached the nearest scanning device and was seconds from disabling it when Mortis responded without looking up from his work. Predictable, the Sith Lord commented, extending one hand casually. Force lightning erupted from his fingertips with shocking intensity, not merely striking the clone but somehow bypassing its physical form to impact Naruto directly despite considerable distance between them. The pain was excruciating. Not just physical damage, but fundamental disruption of both chakra and force energies within his system. Naruto staggered, momentarily disoriented by the unexpected attack. In that critical moment of vulnerability, two Sith warriors broke through his defensive perimeter, crimson lightsabers driving toward his exposed back. Ahsoka sensed the danger and responded instantly, force leaping across impossible distance to intercept the attack. Her WHITE lightsabers met crimson blades in a cascade of energy discharge that illuminated the chamber with blinding intensity. The impact drove her to one knee, but she held position, preventing the killing blow while Naruto recovered his stance. "Thanks," he managed, regaining equilibrium. She replied tersely, referring to a similar intervention he had executed moments earlier. Back to back, they reassessed the tactical situation. 8 warriors remained combat effective, with 2 more disabled but not eliminated. The scanning array continued extracting data from the crystal heart, progress indicators suggesting the process was approximately 60% complete. Most concerning was Mortis himself, who continued to focus on the technical operation rather than direct combat, a clear indication he considered their opposition insufficient to warrant personal intervention. That calculation needed to change. "Cover me for 30 seconds, Naruto instructed Ahsoka quietly. "I nay. To try something we haven't practiced yet." She nodded without hesitation, shifting her defensive stance to create a protective perimeter around him. With this momentary security established, Naruto closed his eyes, reaching simultaneously into 3 distinct energy sources: his own chakra, the ambient force, and the natural energy required for Sage Mode. In the days since discovering his force sensitivity, he had experimented with various combinations of these energies. Most attempts had produced either no significant effect or dangerous instabilities that threatened his own chakra network. The critical missing component had been proper understanding of harmonic resonance between dimensional energies, knowledge he had just received from the crystal heart. Now, applying these principles, Naruto carefully aligned the 3 energy systems into a unified harmonic pattern. The Kyber crystal responded immediately, its resonance providing the stabilizing influence necessary to prevent destructive interference between fundamentally different power sources. The effect was visually striking. Naruto's form became suffused with luminous energy that incorporated the golden glow of Sage Mode, the blue intensity of chakra manifestation, and a new element, threads of silver-white force energy that wove between the other patterns in complex geometric configurations. Ahsoka sensed the change immediately, her force perception registering power levels that momentarily stunned her. "Naruto, that's harmonization," he supplied, opening eyes that now reflected the tricolor energy pattern surrounding him. The technique the ancients used to stabilize dimensional boundaries. The Sith warriors hesitated, clearly disconcerted by energy patterns outside their experience or training. Idus himself looked up from the scanning array, his attention fully captured by the unprecedented phenomenon before him. "Fascinating," the Sith Lord observed, genuine interest overriding momentary concern. "You've independently rediscovered harmonic convergence manipulation, something the Celestial Guardians believed required generations of specialized training." He gestured for his warriors to hold position, approaching Naruto with analytical interest rather than aggressive intent. Such potential. You understand, of course, that this demonstration merely confirms the fundamental principle underlying my work. Dimensional energies can indeed be harmonized through properly calibrated application of will. With a critical difference, Naruto replied, maintaining the delicate balance of T. Ripple's source energy with increasing confidence. This harmonization strengthens natural boundaries rather than destroying them. It respects the structural integrity of separate dimensions while allowing controlled interaction. A matter of perspective and application, Mordus dismissed. The underlying technique remains the same, merely directed toward different outcomes. He extended a hand, not attacking but offering. Join my work. Your natural affinity for harmonic convergence would accelerate my research immeasurably. Together, we could reshape reality with precision rather than the cataclysmic approach you fear. The offer carried surprising sincerity, not manipulation, but genuine recognition of complementary potential. For a brief moment, Naruto perceived the man behind the Sith mask, a brilliant researcher whose original intentions had perhaps been less malevolent than his current methods suggested. That glimpse of humanity made his response more difficult but no less certain. Reshaping reality isn't our right, Naruto stated firmly. Even with the best intentions, imposing fundamental change on existence itself represents unacceptable arrogance. Mordus's hand lowered slowly, disappointment radiating through the force. I expected better understanding from someone capable of transcending dimensional limitations. The mask tilted slightly, studying Naruto with renewed calculation. No matter. Your technique can be analyzed and replicated, with or without your cooperation. With that declaration, the Sith Lord finally entered direct combat. His lightsaber ignited with a distinctive sound different from those of his warriors, deeper, more resonant, suggesting fundamental modifications to standard design. The blade that emerged glowed with unusual coloration, not the typical Sith crimson, but deep violet threaded with black energy that seemed to absorb surrounding light. His attack pattern defied conventional analysis. Unlike the disciplined but predictable approaches of his warriors, Mordus implemented a fighting style Naruto had never encountered, combining elements of traditional lightsaber forms with something older, more primal in its application of force energies. Anticipating the engagement, Naruto had maintained partial harmonization, allowing him to perceive Mordus's movements with enhanced clarity despite their unconventional nature. This awareness proved crucial in the opening exchange, enabling him to narrowly avoid strikes that would otherwise have proven fatal. Lacking a lightsaber himself, Naruto channeled harmonized energy into kunai, creating improvised weapons capable of briefly deflecting lightsaber strikes. The technique required precise timing and perfect energy control. Any imbalance between chakra and force components would result in immediate weapon failure and likely severe injury. Across the chamber, Ahsoka continued engaging the remaining warriors, preventing them from interfering in the duel between Naruto and their master. Her expression reflected concern at the mismatch. Naruto's impressive abilities notwithstanding, Mordus clearly possessed centuries of combat experience combined with forbidden techniques lost to modern Jedi and Sith alike. Understanding the disadvantage, Naruto adapted his approach. Rather than attempting to match Mordus's lightsaber technique directly, he implemented Shinobi tactical principles, creating openings through misdirection, utilizing environmental factors, and most importantly, never engaging on terms favorable to his opponent. Shadow clones proved particularly effective, their unpredictable appearance from multiple angles forcing Mordus to continually reassess his defensive priorities. Each clone provided valuable combat data before being dispelled, allowing Naruto to rapidly analyze patterns and tendencies in the Sith Lord's technique. Most significantly, he identified a critical limitation. Despite tremendous power and experience, Mordus had developed his abilities entirely within Force traditions. He recognized chakra as a threat but lacked fundamental understanding of its operational principles, leaving him vulnerable to techniques that exploited the differences between energy systems. Naruto capitalized on this vulnerability, gradually shifting from defensive evasion to calculated counterattacks. When Mordus unleashed a particularly powerful force push, Naruto responded not by resisting directly, but by channeling the incoming energy through his chakra network and redirecting it in an unexpected pattern, a variation of the Gent. La Fist technique he had observed in Hyuga clan members. The redirected energy struck Mortis's left side, momentarily disrupting his connection to the Force. In that critical window of vulnerability, Naruto launched his most effective attack yet, a Rasengan specifically modified to incorporate harmonized energy patterns. Dimensional Rasengan, the spiraling sphere that formed in his palm conta. Invisible layers of distinct energy types, deep blue chakra at its core, surrounded by golden-orange sage energy, encased within silver-white force power. As it struck Mortis's hastily erected defense, these layers interacted with the Sith Lord's own energy field, creating a cascading resonance effect that bypassed conventional protective techniques. The impact sent Mortis crashing into a Stalin formation 30 meters distant. The collision shattered the ancient structure, fragments raining across the chamber floor in glittering cascade. More significantly, it disrupted the scanning array's connection to the crystal heart, progress indicators flickering as data transfer faltered. Kurena Uzumaki, seemingly waiting for precisely this opportunity, immediately began sabotaging the scanning devices rather than repairing them. Her actions confirmed Naruto's earlier impression, not a willing collaborator but someone seeking any chance to undermine Mortis's efforts. The Sith Lord rose from the crystalline debris, his mask cracked to reveal one eye burning with amber intensity. Dark energy swirled around him in chaotic patterns reflecting both anger and calculation. Impressive adaptation, he acknowledged, voice carrying new undertones of genuine respect beneath continued hostility. Few beings have landed an effective strike against me in centuries. He gestured toward the damaged scanning array, and it seems my assistant requires remedial lessons in loyalty. Before he could act on this threat, Naruto created a new diversion, not through direct attack, but by impulse. Emanating knowledge gained from the crystal heart. Channeling harmonized energy into the chamber's floor, he activated ancient control systems that had remained dormant for millennia. The effect transformed their battleground entirely. Crystalline formations throughout the chamber illuminated with internal light, responding to specific harmonic frequencies in Naruto's energy signature. The pattern spread in accelerating sequence until reaching the crystal heart itself, which pulsed with blinding intensity before projecting a hemispheric barrier that separated Mortis and his warriors from the rest of the chamber's occupants. A containment protocol, Naruto explained, maintaining the energy flow necessary to sustain the ancient system. Designed specifically to isolate dimensional disturbances. Mortis approached the barrier, studying it with scientific interest despite his tactical disadvantage. He extended one hand, dark energy coalescing around his fingertips as he tested the field's properties. Ingenious, he admitted after several experimental probes. A harmonic isolation barrier calibrated to dimensional frequency patterns. Quite effective against conventional force techniques. His damaged mask shifted slightly in what might have been a smile. Though hardly permanent, given sufficient application of appropriate countermeasures. As if to demonstrate, he withdrew a small device from within his robes, a crystalline construct that pulsed with ominous energy. Fortunately, my preliminary scans captured enough data for basic applications, including barrier disruption. Understanding the immediate threat, Naruto signaled Ahsoka, "Get everyone to the exit. I'll maintain the barrier as long as possible." She nodded sharply, immediately organizing their retreat while maintaining defensive awareness. Amara gathered crucial data fragments from nearby consoles, while Shira secured several small crystals that had broken from larger formations during the battle. Most surprising was Kurena Uzumaki's decision to join their retreat rather than remaining with Mortis, further confirmation of her coerced status. As they reached the chamber entrance, Naruto prepared to implement the final stage of their escape strategy. The knowledge transferred from the crystal heart had included emergency protocols for various scenarios, including pursuit prevention. Channeling the last of his harmonized energy into the chamber's control systems, he activated the oldest security measure in Uzushiogeku's vast defensive array, dimensional phase shifting. The entire PASA-GE they had used to enter began realigning its quantum structure, temporarily shifting partially out of conventional spacetime, becoming inaccessible without specialized harmonic keys. The process would not prevent determined pursuit indefinitely, but would provide crucial hours needed to escape the island with their acquired knowledge and crystal samples. As Naruto prepared to follow his company, Ons through the rapidly phase-shifting doorway, Mortis called out a final observation. You realize, of course, that your actions today merely delay the inevitable. The dimensional barriers continue, weakening regardless of these minor skirmishes. The Sith Lord's voice carried the absolute conviction of someone who had calculated all variables. The convergence approaches with mathematical certainty. The only remaining question is who will control its final form. Naruto paused momentarily, meeting the amber gaze visible through the damaged mask. There's always another option beyond control or destruction, he replied. We'll find it. With that declaration, he stepped through the doorway, its energy field sealing behind him as dimensional phases completed their separation. The berry Mortis faced would eventually fall to his specialized countermeasures, but long after their group had departed the island. Naruto rejoined the others in the temple's main chamber, the harmonized energy state finally dissipating as exhaustion claimed its due. Maintaining such perfect balance between fundamentally different power sources had depleted his reserves more thoroughly than any previous technique. Ahsoka steadied him as momentary vertigo threatened his balance. That was unprecedented, she stated, professional assessment inadequate to capture the full significance of what she'd witnessed. Harmonization, Naruto confirmed, retrieving his kyber crystal which now pulsed with newfound brightness. The technique the Celestial Guardians developed to maintain dimensional bounda rise without completely severing connections. And potentially our answer to Mortis's convergence ritual, Amara added, silver eyes bright with scientific excitement despite their precarious situation. If properly implemented at counter-node locations, harmonized energy could theoretically stabilize the dimensional boundaries even against deliberate destabilization. Shira carefully secured the crystal fragments she'd collected, their luminescence visible even through protective containers. These samples contain data structures we can analyze without returning to the chamber. Less comprehensive than direct communion with the crystal heart, but sufficient for basic implementation of the counter-node theory. Kurena Uzumaki remained slightly apart from their group, her expression guarded but determined. Naruto approached her carefully, recognizing both their kinship and the complex circumstances of their meeting. You sabotaged the scanning array, he observed quietly. You've been working against Mortis from within. Quote, she nodded, violet eyes, so similar to his mother's in historical images, meeting his directly. For 3 years, ever since he located our refugee settlement, and recognized our bloodline's potential for accessing Uzumaki's sealed technologies. Her voice carried the weight of difficult choices made under impossible circumstances. He threatened to destroy our entire community if I refused cooperation. I complied outwardly while sabotaging critical operations whenever possible. Your people, they're safe. Hidden. When Mortis focused increasingly on dimensional research, I managed to help them establish a new settlement beyond his awareness. Her expression hardened with determination. But none of us will truly be safe until his convergence ritual is prevented. The mathematics are clear. His approach would collapse both dimensions into chaotic energy states incapable of supporting life. Naruto nodded in understanding. Then you should come with us. Your knowledge of both Uzumaki's sealing techniques and Mortis's research could prove crucial. Before she could respond, distant rumbling shook the temple structure, not seismic activity, but energy discharge from below. The dimensional barrier was failing faster than anticipated. No time for extended discussion, Ahsoka observed, already moving toward the exit. We need to reach the boat immediately. They departed the temple at rapid pace, Naruto creating shadow clones to assist with transporting equipment and crystal samples. As they descended through Uzushiogekure's ruins, NCE of pursuit manifested, energy fluctuations from the temple suggesting Mortis had broken through the dimensional barrier and was implementing tracking techniques to locate them. Reaching the harbor proved challenging as storm conditions had intensified during their exploration. Wind-driven rain reduced visibility to mere meters, while lightning struck with unnatural frequency around the island's perimeter. More concerning, the whirlpools surrounding Uzushiogekure had increased dramatically in both size and intensity, no longer natural phenomena, but manifestations of dimensional instability. Their vessel remained where they had left it, though the captain's expression suggested profound relief at their return. We need to depart immediately, he urged, gesturing toward the increasingly treacherous waters. The navigable channels are disappearing as the whirlpools expand. Naruto nodded in understanding, turning to Kurena. Can you help stabilize the channels? Uzumaki techniques F. Or navigating these waters were your specialty, according to Moritus. She nodded, immediately moving to the vessel's prow. Without hesitation, she began implementing complex sealing techniques, hands forming signs Naruto recognized as ancient Uzumaki patterns, chakra flowing in precisely calculated configurations. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Energy patterns visible only to force and sea. Chakra sensitivity extended from the vessel into surrounding waters, creating a stabilized corridor through the chaotic whirlpools. The captain, clearly experienced with unusual phenomena after years navigating shinobi-related missions, immediately directed the vessel into this protected channel. As they pulled away from the harbor, Naruto sensed massive energy discharge from the temple, Moritus IM. Implementing some technique beyond conventional force abilities. The distant structure briefly illuminated with crimson energy before a focused beam shot skyward, parting storm clouds in perfect circular pattern. He's attempting to track us through dimensional disturbances our crystals generate, Amara observed, consulting her instruments with increasing concern. We need to mask their signatures, or he'll follow us regardless of physical distance. Understanding the requirement, Naruto implemented harmonization techniques on a smaller scale than during the battle, but with more precise focus. Channeling carefully balanced energy through his kyber crystal, he extended a containment field around their vessel that incorporated principles from the temple's barrier system. The effort required intense concentration, especially given his already depleted reserves, but produced the necessary effect, a localized dimensional stabilization field that prevented energy leakage detectable by Moritus's tracking methods. As Uzumaki disappeared into storm-shrouded distance behind them, Naruto maintained this protective field while processing the profound revelations they had uncovered. The history of chakra itself had been recontextualized, not a power unique to their dimension, but an evolutionary adaptation of universal energy following dimensional separation. More immediately signif. I can't were the technical specifications for counter-node implementation now stored in both his memory and the crystal samples they carried. This knowledge represented their best hope for preventing Moritus's convergence ritual, a method of dimensional stabilization developed by the very beings who had implemented the original separation. Ahsoka joined him at the vessel's rail, her presence offering silent support as he maintained the demanding technique. After several minutes observing his approach, she spoke quietly. The harmonization method you've developed, it's remarkably similar to NT Force techniques described in Jedi histories but considered lost for millennia. Abilities the Celestial Guardians supposedly mastered before disappearing from recorded history. Naruto nodded, ing minute adjustments to energy flow as the vessel navigated particularly turbulent waters. The crystal heart showed me fragments of their knowledge, not comprehensive understanding, but core principles I could adapt through intuition. Your natural affinity for harmonizing different energy types is unprecedented, she continued, genuine respect coloring her assessment. Even among the most powerful force users I've encountered, none could integrate multiple energy systems with such instinctive precision. He considered this thoughtfully, recognizing the underlying question she hadn't directly articulated. You're wondering why me specifically? Why some random shinobi from another dimension would have this particular ability? Her slight smile acknowledged his perception. The question had occurred to me, yes. I'm not sure there's a simple answer, Naruto replied honestly. The crystal heart shared images suggesting my specific chakra signature matches harmonic patterns the Gua RDIANS identified as optimal for dimensional work. Something about the combination of Uzumaki lineage, Nine-Tails influence, and natural affinity for cooperative energy manipulation. Ahsoka nodded, accepting this assessment while recognizing its incomplete nature. Some connections transcended rational explanation, resonances between individuals and cosmic forces that followed patterns too complex for conventional understanding. As they sailed toward Konoha with their precious cargo of knowledge and crystal samples, one certainty remained beyond question: the techniques Naruto had discovered in Uzumaki ancient heart represented their best hope against Moritus's convergence ritual. The harmonization method offered a pathway not just for defense against dimensional collapse, but potential restoration of balanced connection between worlds the Celestial Guardians had reluctantly separated millennia ago. The kyber crystal pulsed against his chest, its resonance carrying echoes of ancient wisdom rediscovered. Not control, not separation, but harmony, the forgotten middle path between extremes that might yet save both dimensions from catastrophe. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, Crucible of Shadows. Midnight in Konoha. Stars pierced the velvet darkness above Training Ground 17, their cold light illuminating a lone figure seated in perfect stillness. Sweat beaded on Naruto's forehead despite the cool air, evidence of the internal struggle invisible to outside observation. Before him, suspended in midair, orbited 7 small objects, 3 kunai, 2 shuriken, his kyber crystal, and a simple river stone. 5 hours he had maintained this exercise. 5 hours of precise chakra and force manipulation, harmonizing fundamentally different energy systems while keeping each object moving in complex patterns that periodically intersected without collision. Enough, Ahsoka's voice cut through his concentration as she emerged from the tree line. You've pushed well beyond reasonable limits. The suspended objects wavered momentarily before Naruto carefully lowered them to the ground, the kyber crystal returning last to his outstretched palm. His hand trembled with exhaustion. I almost had it, he responded, frustration evident beneath fatigue. The harmonic resonance was stabilizing between the 4th and 5th patterns. Ahsoka knelt beside him, concern visible even in the dim light. You've been training for 18 hours straight. Even with your stamina, that's dangerous, especially with these experimental techniques. 7 days had passed since their return from Uzushiogakure. 7 days of intensive preparation as Konoha mobilized against the dimensional threat. Throughout the village, specialized teams developed countermeasures based on knowledge recovered from the Crystal Heart. Research divisions worked alongside Amara Kresh, analyzing crystal samples and developing detection equipment. Tactical squads trained under Karena Uzumaki's guidance, learning modified sealing techniques effective against Sith energy manipulation. While others focused on immediate defenses, Naruto had pursued more fundamental understanding, pushing himself endlessly to master harmonization techniques glimpsed during communion with the Crystal Heart. His progress had been remarkable but increasingly concerning to those closest to him. The counter node implementation requires perfect stability across 9 simultaneous harmonic patterns, he reminded Ahsoka, massaging his temples where pressure had built to painful levels. I'm barely managing 5, because you're attempting to force techniques that took the Guardians generations to develop, she countered gently. Even with your natural affinity, there are physiological limitations to consider. She extended her hand, palm up, an offer rather than demand. After a moment's hesitation, Naruto placed his kyber crystal in her open hand. Its glow immediately shifted, responding to her distinct I've force signature while maintaining threads of connection to Naruto's energy pattern. The crystal itself is showing signs of strain, she observed, studying oscillating color patterns within its structure. These micro-fracture patterns indicate harmonic dissonance, your energies aren't fully integrated despite appearances. Naruto sighed, acknowledging the assessment with reluctant nod. I feel it, like trying to weave threads of different tensions into a single fabric. When I push beyond certain thresholds, everything starts unraveling simultaneously. Because you're still treating Chakra and the Force as separate systems to be controlled, rather than aspects of unified energy to be harmonized. She returned the crystal, her fingers briefly touching his palm in gesture of reassurance. You're thinking like a shinobi trying to master Force techniques, instead of becoming something new that transcends both traditions. The observation struck deeper than she likely intended. Since discovering his Force sensitivity, Naruto had approached these new abilities primarily as extensions to his existing shinobi techniques, additional tools in his arsenal rather than fundamental actualization of his relationship with energy itself. How do I make that shift? He asked, genuine uncertainty replacing frustration. It's not just about techniques. He hesitated, searching for words to describe intuitive understanding, rewiring how I perceive myself in relation to everything else. Ahsoka's expression softened with recognition. That's exactly it, the transition every Force-sensitive faces during advanced training, moving from doing to being. She glanced skyward, considering. Traditional Jedi would prescribe months of meditation and philosophical instruction, but we don't have that luxury. And I'm not exactly traditional Jedi material, Naruto added with faint smile. No, she agreed, unexpected warmth coloring her voice. You're something the Order never anticipated. Someone whose connection to the Force developed through completely different evolutionary pathway, yet achieves harmonics impossible through conventional training. She rose, offering her hand to help him stand. Come, there's something I want to show you. Despite exhaustion weighing his limbs, Naruto accepted her assistance and followed as she led him deeper into the forest surrounding the training ground. They moved in comfortable silence, Ahsoka navigating by starlight with confidence suggesting prior exploration of this route. After approximately 15 minutes, they reached a small, perfectly circular clearing unmarked on any Konoha map. At its center stood a stone approximately 1 meter tall, its surface covered in worn markings that combined elements recognizable from both ancient shinobi texts and, surprisingly, Jedi symbolic language. I found this 3 days ago, Ahsoka explained, gesturing toward the monolith. The Force led me here during meditation on a convergence point where dimensional barriers naturally thin without becoming unstable. Naruto approached the stone cautiously, extending his senses through both chakra and the Force. Immediately, why he perceived what conventional observation missed. The monolith existed partially in multiple dimensional phases, its true structure extending beyond conventional spatial boundaries. It's a meditation anchor, he realized. Recognizing patterns similar to those observed in Uzushiogekure's temple. Created by the Guardians as training mechanism for harmonization techniques. Ahsoka nodded in confirmation. Likely established during their earliest visits to this dimension, before full separation occurred. The technique inscribed here is more fundamental than what you've been attempting, Abasi. See integration exercise designed specifically for those transitioning between different energy systems. Naruto studied the inscriptions, understanding flowing from combination of intuitive recognition and knowledge transferred by the crystal heart. Dimensional perception expansion, he translated, finger tracing symbols that shifted subtly under his touch. A method for experiencing multiple reality phases simultaneously without dissociation. I believe it's exactly what you need, Ahsoka stated quietly. Not more technical practice, but perceptual expansion that allows natural integration of your abilities. The suggestion made intuitive sense, though Naruto recognized potential dangers immediately. This technique temporarily dissolves psychological boundaries between dimensional perspectives. If I lose focus during the expansion phase, your consciousness could fragment across multiple reality states, she completed his thought. Hence why I've been reluctant to suggest it despite finding this place days ago. Their eyes met in moment of perfect understanding. The technique offered precisely what Naruto needed most, yet carried risks proportional to its potential benefits. Not merely physical danger, but possibility of psychological fracturing that could permanently compromise his identity. I trust you to monitor the process, he decided finally. Your Force sensitivity should detect dangerous instability patterns before they become irreversible. Ahsoka's expression revealed complex emotions, concern, respect, and something deeper she carefully contained behind professional reserve. I'll maintain awareness of your energy patterns throughout the meditation. If dissonance exceeds manageable parameters, I'll use our training bond to pull you back. This reference to their developing connection, a tenuous link formed through intensive training sessions that allowed limited perception of each other's energy states, reassured Naruto more than any technical precautions could have. In the weeks since their first meeting, Ahsoka had demonstrated unwavering integrity alongside remarkable adaptability. If anyone could safely guide this experimental process, she could. Following inscribed instructions, Naruto positioned himself before the monolith, assuming meditative posture while Ahsoka knelt exactly 3.7 meters behind him, the precise distance specified for observer position. He placed his kyber crystal directly before him, its soft glow illuminating ancient symbols as night deepened around them. Remember, Ahsoka advised as he prepared to begin. The objective isn't forcing integration, but allowing natural harmonic resonance to manifest through expanded perception. Don't direct, experience. Naruto nodded, closing his eyes as he initiated He technique with precise mudra position accompanied by specialized breathing pattern. Initially, the process resembled conventional meditation, progressive relaxation of physical systems while maintaining mental alertness. As preliminary phases established proper foundation, however, significant differences emerged. Unlike chakra meditation focused on internal energy circulation, or force meditation emphasizing universal connection, this technique systematically dissolved perceptual boundaries between dimensions. Rather than experiencing reality from single fixed perspective, Naruto's Kansyo USNESS began perceiving multiple dimensional phases simultaneously, not as separate viewpoints, but as overlapping experience transcending conventional spatial limitation. The transition proved profoundly disorienting. His awareness expanded beyond three-dimensional constraints, perceiving aspects of reality normally filtered from human consciousness. The clearing around him existed not merely as physical location, but as nexus point where multiple dimensional phases intersected like overlapping ripples in cosmic pond. The monolith appeared simultaneously in each phase, though with subtle variations in structure and energy signature across different dimensional expressions. Most disconcertingly, Naruto perceived himself from multiple perspectives simultaneously, not just his physical body in meditation posture, but his energy pattern as it extended through dimensional barriers. He existed not as isolated consciousness contained within flesh, but as complex resonance pattern interacting with infinite energy field that transcended spatial boundaries. Psychological vertigo threatened his integration as perception expanded beyond evolutionary constraints. The boundaries defining self versus environment blurred dangerously, consciousness threatening to dissolve into undifferentiated awareness without anchoring identity. At this critical juncture, when dissolution seemed imminent, Naruto felt gentle pressure through the training bond, Ahsoka providing stabilizing influence that helped maintain coherent self-concept without restricting perceptual expansion. Her energy signature functioned as reference point, allowing him to maintain identity amid multiplying perspectives. Stabilized by this external anchor, Naruto's awareness continued expanding while maintaining essential coherence. The Kyber crystal before him served as secondary focus point, its unique quantum structure bridging dimensional phases through inherent properties rather than applied technique. Through this expanded perception, fundamental truth became experientially apparent rather than merely theoretical. Chakra and the force represented specialized expressions of unified cosmic energy, divergent adaptations following dimensional separation. Their apparent differences reflected perceptual limitations rather than inherent incompatibility. Most significantly, Naruto perceived how his unique developmental pathway, combining Uzumaki lineage, Nine Tails influence, and natural harmonizing tendencies, had created potential for unprecedented integration. His energy system had evolved specifically to bridge dimensional constraints, though this capacity had remained dormant until catalyzed by direct Kyber crystal contact. The revelation transformed his understanding completely. The difficulties he had encountered attempting to control both energy systems simultaneously stemmed from fundamental misconception. The objective wasn't forcing compatibility between separate powers, but recognizing inherent unity that transcended artificial categorical distinctions. As this understanding crystallized, spontaneous harmonization occurred without conscious effort. Chakra and force energies within his system naturally aligned into integrated patterns, resonance harmonics stabilizing across previously problematic transition points. The Kyber crystal responded immediately, its illumination intensifying to brilliance that would have been painful to physical eyes, had Naruto been perceiving primarily through conventional senses. Through expanded awareness, he detected subtle shift in Ahsoka's energy signature. Surprise mingled with something approaching awe as she perceived transformation occurring through their training bond. The connection between them momentarily strengthened, allowing fleeting glimpse of how she perceived him. Radiant energy nexus where seemingly incompatible forces achieved perfect integration impossible by conventional understanding. This harmonic state persists for a measurable duration, conventional time perception being among many limitations transcended through expanded awareness. Eventually, however, physiological constraints reasserted themselves. Despite his exceptional stamina, Naruto's physical systems could maintain such elevated energetic state only temporarily without specialized preparation. Recognizing approaching limits, he began implementing integration shutdown sequences inscribed on the monolith. The process required precise calibration, contracting expanded awareness while preserving newly established harmonic patterns within his energy system. Like carefully furling sail after capturing favorable wind, he systematically consolidated expanded consciousness while retaining essential insights gained through transcendent perspective. As perceptual boundaries re-established themselves, conventional sensory information gradually reasserted primacy. The night forest returned to focus, cool air against skin, distant owl calls, gentle breeze rustling leaves. Physical sensation resumed normal intensity as extra-dimensional perception receded to background awareness rather than immediate experience. When Naruto finally opened his eyes, stars had shifted position enough to indicate several hours had passed. Dawn light stained the eastern horizon, preliminary blush of color heralding approaching sunrise. The kyber crystal before him pulsed with steady radiance perfectly synchronized with his heartbeat, no longer fluctuating with previous instability patterns. "How long?" he asked, voice slightly hoarse from disuse. "Almost 6 hours," Ahsoka replied, moving from her observer position to kneel beside him. Her expression combined concern with carefully measured scientific interest. "Your energy signature has fundamentally reconfigured. The harmonic patterns have stabilized into integrated matrix rather than layered systems." Naruto nodded, inner assessment confirming her external observation. The persistent dissonance that had complicated his training, subtle but meaningful resistance whenever attempting to channel both chakra and force simultaneously, had resolved into seamless integration. Not through forced compatibility, but fundamental reconceptualization of their relationship. "It worked," he confirmed, experimental gesture producing perfectly harmonized energy manifestation where previously such demonstration would have required intense concentration. But differently than expected, it wasn't about learning new technique, it was about unlearning artificial distinctions. Ahsoka studied him with analytical precision, professional assessment momentarily superseding personal connection. The crystallization occurred approximately 3 hours into the meditation. Your energy signature temporarily expanded beyond measurable parameters before reconfiguring into this new integration pattern. She hesitated, something in her expression suggesting information withheld. After brief internal debate, she continued. There was another effect I didn't anticipate. During peak expansion phase, your consciousness apparently established connection beyond immediate dimensional vicinity. Naruto frowned slightly, reviewing his experience. Among countless revelations during expanded awareness, certain perceptions had indeed suggested contact beyond local reality constraints, fleeting impressions of consciousness patterns observing his development with particular interest. "You think something was watching me through the dimensional barriers?" he asked, retrieving his crystal from its position. "Not precisely watching," Ahsoka clarified, more recognizing. The energy signature you manifested during peak harmonization apparently resonated with patterns significant to certain extra-dimensional entities. The diplomatic phrasing didn't disguise her concern. Such recognition potentially represented critical vulnerability, attention from beings whose nature and intentions remained unknown, operating beyond conventional dimensional constraints. "The Celestial Guardians," Naruto suggested, recalling impressions from communion with the Crystal Heart in Uzushiogakure. Ahsoka's expression indicated uncertainty. "Possibly. The resonance patterns shared characteristics with ancient Force traditions predating both Jedi and Sith. But whether benevolent observers or something else entirely remains unclear." She rose, offering hand to help him stand. Unlike previous occasions, Naruto accepted assistance without hesitation, not from physical necessity, but acknowledgement of partnership that had developed between them. Despite relatively brief acquaintance, their connection had deepened through shared challenges and complementary perspectives. "We should return to the village," she suggested, glancing toward brightening eastern sky. "The Defense Council meets at sunrise to finalize counter-node deployment strategy." As they began walking back toward Konoha, Naruto became aware of subtle but significant change in his perception. Though no longer experiencing multiple dimensional phases simultaneously, residual awareness remained, ability to perceive thin spots in dimensional barriers. Fluctuations in energy patterns that conventional senses missed entirely. More significantly, his relationship with both chakra and the Force had fundamentally transformed. Rather than separate energy systems requiring conscious coordination, they had integrated into unified expression that responded to intention without artificial categorical distinction. The harmonization that previously Demanded intense concentration now manifested as natural state requiring no special effort to maintain. I'll need to recalibrate all my techniques, he realized aloud. Everything works differently now, but more efficiently, Ahsoka observed. The energy output from simple movements suggests at least threefold increase in operational capacity without corresponding resource consumption. Naruto nodded in agreement, though potential power increase represented secondary consideration compared to more fundamental transformation. His perception of himself in relation to universal energy field had shifted irreversibly. Conventional boundaries between internal and external, self and environment, had revealed themselves as convenient constructs rather than absolute distinctions. This perceptual shift carried profound implications extending far beyond combat applications. The harmonization techniques glimpsed in Uzushiogeku's records, methods for stabilizing dimensional boundaries through GH counter node implementation, now seemed intuitively comprehensible rather than technically challenging. Not because he had mastered necessary skills, but because he had transcended perspective limitations that made such techniques appear difficult. As they approached Konoha's gates, early morning activity already evident within the village, Naruto sensed something that abruptly halted his contemplation. A subtle disturbance in dimensional stability, not immediate threat, but concerning deviation from established patterns. He exchanged glance with Ahsoka, her expression confirming she detected the same anomaly. Northeast sector, she identified quietly, fluctuation pattern consistent with controlled dimensional thinning rather than natural phenomenon. Probe rather than incursion, Naruto agreed, extending newly integrated senses toward the disturbance. Systematic testing of defensive perimeter, looking for weakness in our detection grid. They altered course immediately, moving G with silent efficiency toward the anomaly. Since establishing dimensional monitoring protocols following the first incursion, Konoha had maintained constant surveillance for potential breaches. This methodical probing suggested deliberate counterintelligence, someone systematically mapping their detection capabilities while remaining below intervention thresholds. As they approached the northeastern perimeter, residential structures gave way to storage facilities and workshops, practically deserted at this early hour. The dimensional fluctuation emanated from apparently abandoned building foe, merely used for equipment maintenance before war damage necessitated relocation of operations. Rather than immediate confrontation, Naruto signaled for observational approach. They positioned Themsel vase on adjacent rooftop with clear sightline to the target structure while remaining outside probable detection range. Through enhanced perception, they studied the dimensional anomaly carefully, noting its controlled modulation and precise targeting of specific detection thresholds. Professional methodology, Ahsoka observed quietly. Not Sith technique, lacks their characteristic energy signature. This is technological rather than force-based manipulation. Naruto nodded in agreement, perception detecting subtle mechanical harmonics beneath energy fluctuations. Precision equipment with specific calibration for our detection parameters. Someone's gathered detailed intelligence on our defensive systems. The implications were concerning. While Sith incursions represented known threat with understood parameters, this methodical technological approach suggested different adversary with potentially distinct objectives. Knowledge of their specific detection thresholds indicated in format. Ion leak or infiltration beyond previously identified security concerns. As they considered optimal response, the dimensional fluctuation abruptly ceased. Moments later, slender figure emerged from the structure, female. Approximately 30 standard years, moving with professional efficiency that immediately identified specialized training. Even at distance, certain details registered with clarity: short-cropped platinum hair, fitted stealth suit of unfamiliar design, equipment harness containing various technological devices alongside conventional weapons. Most significantly, she moved with distinctive gait Ahsoka clearly recognized, her posture tensing with immediate identification. Imperial intelligence, she whispered, voice tightening with recognized threat pattern. Advanced infiltration specialist based on equipment configuration and movement profile. The woman paused momentarily, scanning surroundings with methodical precision that confirmed professional assessment. Though their observation position remained theoretically undetectable, her attention briefly fixed on their exact location before smoothly continuing environmental survey without revealing awareness. She made us, Naruto stated quietly. Impressed despite security concerns, while maintaining plausible deniability of detection. Which means she's establishing negotiation parameters rather than attempting escape, Ahsoka analyzed. Interesting approach for isolated operative in potentially hostile territory. They watched as the woman deliberately adjusted equipment settings, subtle gesture that reduced energy signature to near undetectable levels while simultaneously transmitting specific harmonic pattern recognizable through newly integrated perception. Recognition signal, Naruto identified. She's broadcasting specific identifier for our benefit. Imperial authentication protocol, Ahsoka confirmed with slight frown. But modified to include cooperative engagement indicators. UNASU. AL for field operative working independently. Decision point presented itself with clarity, confront directly, summon reinforcements, or continue observation to gather additional intelligence. Naruto considered options briefly before choosing direct approach with contingency preparations. Shadow clone technique, he murmured, creating 3 exact duplicates that immediately dispersed to Stratig. I see positions surrounding the target building. Simultaneously, he established subtle chakra link with Konoha's sensory division. Not full alert, but preparatory notification of potential situation developing. With preliminary security measures established, he and Ahsoka descended from their observation position, approaching the woman with calculated openness, neither overtly threatening nor naively unguarded. As they came into conventional visual range, the woman turned to face them directly, posture communicating professional assessment rather than hostile intent. Impressive response time, S. He observed in cultured accent that placed her origin somewhere in the core worlds of Ahsoka's home galaxy. Your dimensional fluctuation detection systems significantly outperform Imperial standard models. Her gaze shifted between them, lingering briefly on Naruto's unique energy signature before focusing on Ahsoka with flash of recognition. Ahsoka Tano, your presence on this side of the diamond. Sional barrier represents significant deviation from projected scenarios. Ahsoka maintained neutral expression, though Naruto sensed immediate tension through their training bond. You have me at disadvantage, she replied carefully. Imperial intelligence operators rarely introduce themselves before eliminating targets. Unexpected smile briefly transformed the woman's severe features, suggesting complexity beyond institutional affiliation. Former Imperial intelligence, she corrected, subtle emphasis conveying meaningful distinction. Sarah Winters, Special Operations Division, currently operating as independent contractor following certain philosophical disagreements with institutional leadership. She turned toward Naruto, assessment intensifying. And you must be Naruto Uzumaki. Your unique energy signature has generated considerable interest across multiple intelligence networks. Her expression revealed professional curiosity beneath disciplined exterior. The harmonization pattern you're currently manifesting represents theoretical configuration Imperial research considered mathematically impossible. The precision of her knowledge raised immediate security concerns. Information regarding Naruto's dimensional harmonization abilities had been strictly classified, known only to limited personnel directly involved in counter-node development strategy. Your remarka, Bly well informed for someone operating independently, he observed, neither confirming nor denying her assessment. Especially regarding classified research conducted entirely within our dimension. Sarah's expression acknowledged the implicit question without defensiveness. Information asymmetry represents critical vulnerability in interdimensional conflict scenarios. My current contract involves establishing balanced intelligence distribution to prevent catastrophic miscalculation by primary actors. Meaning what, exactly? Ahsoka pressed, professional skepticism evident. Meaning IPR. Avid verified intelligence to all parties capable of influencing dimensional stability outcomes, Sarah clarified with pragmatic directness. Including but not limited to the Galactic Coalition Council, independent Jedi enclaves, your Shinobi Alliance leadership, and select research divisions across both dimensions. She raised hand to forestall obvious objection. Excluding, obviously, Lord Mordus and associated Sith operations, whose dimensional convergence agenda represents existential threat to both realities. The claim suggested motivations more complex than simple espionage. If accurate, Sarah represented potential intelligence resource while simultaneously posing significant security risk through unrestricted information distribution. You're creating deliberate information transparency to prevent conflict escalation through misunderstanding, Naruto summarized, recognizing strategy similar to approaches he had advocated during post-war reconciliation efforts. Sarah inclined her head slightly. Acknowledgement carrying approval of accurate assessment. Precisely. Interdimensional conflict dynamics lack historical precedent or established diplomatic protocols. Without accurate information sharing, parties default to worst-case assumptions and preemptive escalation paradigms. She gestured toward her equipment. My dimensional probing wasn't hostile reconnaissance, but calibration verification ensuring detection systems maintain appropriate sensitivity without generating false positives that could trigger unnecessary interventions. The explanation presented internal consistency, though fundamental question remained unaddressed. Naruto exchanged brief glance with Ahsoka, silent communication establishing shared approach. Noble objectives, Ahsoka acknowledged with diplomatic caution, though independent verification remains problematic given operational context. Perhaps continuing this discussion with appropriate security protocols would benefit all concerned. Sarah's expression revealed professional appreciation of the carefully worded detention proposal. Reasonable suggestion under circumstances. I assume relevant authorities have already been notified of my presence. Standard security protocols, Naruto confirmed, neither confirming nor denying specific measures implemented. Though implementation remains flexible depending on cooperation levels demonstrated. Understandable, Sarah agreed without apparent concern. She began methodically deactivating and removing equipment components, placing each device carefully on adjacent crate with deliberate transparency. Full disclosure typically accelerates trust establishment phases. My equipment remains available for technical analysis, with appropriate operational briefings provided upon request. Her systematic cooperation suggested either genuine alignment with stated objectives or extremely sophisticated counterintelligence operation beyond conventional parameters. Our possibility warranted careful handling rather than standard detention protocols. As Sarah completed equipment deactivation, Naruto sensed subtle dimensional disturbance, different from her previous technological probing, and emanating from significantly different location. He extended newly integrated perception, immediately identifying concerning pattern approximately 2 kilometers southeast of their position. Something's wrong, he stated, attention shifting toward the disturbance. Dimensional fluctuation near the academy, signature matches Sith manipulation patterns. Ahsoka immediately extended her own force senses, confirming his assessment with grim nod. Controlled thinning operation, likely preliminary to directed breach attempt. We need to respond immediately. Sarah's expression shifted to focused alert. Professional assessment superseding immediate situational concerns. Multiple simultaneous incursions, she stated with certainty based on unspecified intelligence. Standard Sith infiltration protocol establishing diversionary operations while primary insertion team targets priority objective. The assessment aligned with tactical analysis Naruto had already formulated, raising immediate question regarding independent verification of such specific operational knowledge. Before he could pursue this concern, however, distant explosion shattered early morning coup. IET, originating from Academy location he had identified moments earlier. No time for extended verification, he decided, creating additional shadow clone to maintain observation of Sarah while addressing immediate threat. My clone will escort you to Security Division for debriefing. If your intelligence proves accurate, further cooperation arrangements can be established. Sarah nodded acceptance without protest, already gathering deactivated equipment with efficient movements. Priority target is likely Research Division headquarters, she offered as actionable intelligence demonstration. Recent breakthrough in counter-node implementation makes capturing research principles highest operational value for Sith objectives. The assessment matched classified information regarding breached. HERO achieved by Joint Research Team just 27 hours previously, success in stabilizing synthetic kyber crystal harmonics for counter-node implementation. Such specific knowledge reinforced both Sarah's credibility and security concerns regarding her intelligence sources. Acknowledged, Naruto responded neutrally, exchanging final glance with Ahsoka before both launched toward the Academy disturbance at maximum speed. They traversed Konoha's rooftops with practiced efficiency, integrated perception allowing Naruto to monitor multiple dimensional fluctuations developing across the village. The pattern confirmed Sarah's assessment: coordinated diversionary operations drawing defensive resources while primary strike team targeted specific objective. Research Division relocated CR. Identical personnel to underground facility following first incursion, he informed Ahsoka as they approached the academy. Backup dimensional stabilization fields and specialized barrier techniques protecting priority assets. Which means this attack pattern indicates specific intelligence regarding defensive redeployment, she concluded. They're not targeting what should be there, but what actually is. The observation raised troubling implications regarding information security. Despite compartmentalized protocols and need-to-know restrictions, Sith intelligence had apparently penetrated operational security sufficiently to identify actual versus apparent asset distribution. As they reached the academy perimeter, situation assessment revealed immediate tactical concerns. The explosion had originated from training yard rather than main structures, creating controlled damage pattern designed to draw a defensive response without compromising structural integrity. Three-dimensional breaches had opened simultaneously, small, precisely calibrated rifts allowing insertion of specialized strike team rather than larger invasion force. Approximately 15 combatants had emerged before dimensional stabilization teams activated countermeasures preventing further incursion. Unlike previous Sith forces emphasizing conventional military approach, these operators demonstrated specialized infiltration training, stealth equipment, precise coordination, and tactical discipline suggesting elite strike team rather than standard military unit. Most concerning was their approach to civilian presence. Rather than collateral disregard demonstrated during earlier attacks, these operators implemented precise non-lethal suppression of Academy students and staff, stunning rather than eliminating potential witnesses while maintaining operational security. Capture operation, not elimination mission, Ahsoka assessed as they observed initial engagement pattern. Thereafter specific personnel, not general destruction. Naruto nodded agreement, already identifying tactical response options. Academy faculty includes 3 research division consultants working on counter-node implementation. Likely primary targets based on operational pattern. Before implementing direct intervention, Naruto extended specialized perception technique developed during recent training, harmonic resonance scanning that identified specific force and chakra signatures through dimensional energy patterns rather than conventional detection methods. The approach immediately revealed critical tactical information. Among the 15 infiltrators, one manifested energy signature significantly different from standard Sith pattern. Force-sensitive leadership but not conventional Sith, he reported to Ahsoka, indicating specific operator directing tactical distribution from concealed position near Academy entrance. Energy signature shows specialized training pattern, focused on dimensional manipulatio. Rather than conventional combat application. Ahsoka extended her own perception, expression darkening with recognition. Inquisitorious methodology, specialized imperial program for capturing and repurposing force sensitives. Her voice carried personal history with such operations. Extremely dangerous, particularly in confined civilian-occupied spaces. Understanding the specialized threat, they modified approach strategy. Rather than direct confrontation potentially endangering civilian hostages, Naruto implemented precision extraction protocol, creating multiple shadow clones with specific tactical assignments. He established diversionary pattern drawing infiltrator attention while positioning assets for coordinated response. I'll engage the Inquisitor directly, Ahsoka determined. Lightsabers ready but not yet ignited. Their training specifically prepares them for capturing force sensitives, making me logical primary target for their operational protocols. Naruto recognizes both tactical validity and personal history underlying her decision. Confirmed. I'll extract civilian assets while neutralizing support elements. Priority on securing research personnel before the Y can be transported through dimensional extraction points. With strategy established, they initiated coordinated implementation. Ahsoka moved with precision born from lifetime of specialized training. Her approach calculated to draw Inquisitor attention through recognizable Jedi energy signature while maintaining sufficient situational control to prevent civilian endangerment. The Inquisitor responded precisely as anticipated, immediately prioritizing Jedi threat above all operational considerations. The figure emerged from concealed position, revealing specialized armor configuration in core porting both conventional protection and symbolic elements designed specifically to provoke emotional response from Force sensitives. Dual-bladed lightsaber activated with distinctive circular hilt design. Red blades extending with ominous hum. Ahsoka Tano, the modulated voice identified through helmet speakers. Your elimination was not primary mission parameter, but represents operational bow. News objective with significant value assessment. Ahsoka ignored the provocative statement, lightsabers igniting with characteristic snap hiss as she assumed defensive position optimized for confined space engagement. I don't believe we've been introduced, she replied with deliberate casualness designed to establish psychological advantage. The Inquisitor's helmeted head tilted slightly, calculated response rather than emotional reaction. Designation Ninth Sister, reformed from failed Jedi materials into superior operational asset through inquisitorious optimization protocols. While this exchange established engagement parameters between Ahsoka and the Inquisitor, Naruto implemented extraction operations with systematic efficiency. His shadow clones, each assigned specific tactical objectives, moved through academy structures with precision born from lifetime navigating these spaces. Enhanced perception allowed identification of hostage concentration points, infiltrator distribution patterns, and optimal intervention sequencing. The coordinated extraction proceeded with remarkable effectiveness, shadow clones systematically neutralizing infiltrator teams while securing civilian personnel. Naruto himself focused on locating and extracting priority research assets, the three specialists whose knowledge of counter-node implementation represented irreplaceable strategic resource. He located them in subterranean classrooms surrounded by 6 specialized operatives implementing portable dimensional transport technology. The devices, similar to those witnessed during previous encounters but significantly refined, created localized dimensional thinning effect precisely calibrated for controlled transport rather than general incursion. Understanding immediate threat, Naruto implemented harmonic disruption technique recently developed from knowledge gained through crystal heart communion. Channeling perfectly integrated chakra and force energy through specialized configuration, he projected resonance pattern that specifically destabilized dimensional thinning technologies while leaving conventional systems unaffected. The effect proved immediately effective. Transport devices faltering with electronic protest as harmonized interference disrupted precise calibration requirements. The infiltration team responded with professional adaptation, abandoning technological approach for direct extraction methodology. Switched to physical transport protocol, their leader ordered without discernible agitation. Neutralize interference operator with extreme prejudice. X infiltrators shifted to coordinated assault pattern, specialized weapons demonstrating hybrid technology incorporating both conventional and force-amplified design elements. Their tactical approach revealed extensive training specifically developed for engaging force sensitives, focusing on disrupting concentration, overwhelming sensory processing, and exploiting predictable response patterns. Against conventional Jedi, such methodology likely proved highly effective. Against Naruto's integrated harmonization abilities, however, these specialized countermeasures encountered fundamental incompatibility with anticipated response parameters. Rather than defending against their assault directly, Naruto implemented recently developed technique he had termed dimensional shadow step, momenta. Riley phasing partially between dimensional states while maintaining physical presence. The effect proved visually disconcerting and tactically devastating, attacks passing through his partially phase shifted form while his own strikes remained fully materialized. The infiltrators adapted with professional efficiency, adjusting tactical approach to account for unanticipated capabilities. Their modified strategy emphasized area effect weapons and environmental manipulation rather than direct targeting, approach demonstrating fundamental understanding of dimensional phasing limitations. What they failed to anticipate, however, was Naruto's integration of shadow clone techniques with dimensional harmonization. As they implemented area suppression tactics, multiple shadow clones phase-shifted INTO operational space from dimensional boundaries, appearing not through conventional technique, but through precisely calibrated manipulation of dimensional permeability. The resulting engagement demonstrated asymmetric capability gap impossible to overcome through tactical adaptation alone. Within 73 seconds, all 6 infiltrators had been neutralized through combination of precision mobilization techniques and targeted chakra suppression strikes that disabled without causing permanent injury. With immediate threat contained, Naruto secured research personnel while implementing secondary security protocols preventing potential extraction through alternative methodologies. Throughout this operation, he maintained partial awareness of Ahsoka's engagement with the Inquisitor rough their training bond, monitoring energy fluctuations indicating highly specialized lightsaber combat occurring in Academy Courtyard. Having secured priority assets, Naruto moved to support Ahsoka's position, arriving to witness combat demonstration that transcended conventional parameters. The Inquisitor, Ninth Sister, employed lightsaber technique unlike any previously documented in either Jedi or Sith traditions. The circular hilt rotated mechanically while blades extended and retracted in patterns seemingly defying physical limitation, creating defensive sphere virtually impenetrable through conventional approach vectors. Ahsoka countered with equally unprecedented methodology, her dual lightsabers moving in asymmetrical patterns that established harmonic disruption rather than direct opposition. The technique represented neither traditional Jedi form nor improvised adaptation, but systematic deconstruction of opponents' mechanical advantages through precise application of counter-harmonic principles. Despite tactical brilliance, however, the engagement had reached effective stalemate. The Inquisitor's specialized equipment provided sustainable defense against even Ahsoka's innovative approach, while environmental constraints prevented implementation of more decisive techniques without risking structural integrity within civilian facility. Recognizing opportunity for asymmetric intervention, Naruto implemented harmonic disruption focused specifically on the Inquisitor's lightsaber mechanical components. Unlike crude sabotage, this approach utilized precisely calculate resonance patterns that interfered with internal mechanisms without generating catastrophic failure that might endanger surrounding personnel. The effect manifested with subtle precision, rotation mechanism experiencing progressive synchronization failure rather than immediate disruption. The Inquisitor detected anomaly immediately, specialized training allowing rapid adaptation to changing tactical parameters. Dimensional harmonic interference, Ninth Sister identified with clinical precision. Unexpected capability demonstration requiring tactical reassessment. Without apparent emotional response, the Inquisitor implemented immediate mission parameter adjustment, disengaging from direct combat while activating specialized retreat protocol. Concealed equipment generated localized, dimensional thinning effect significantly different from previous methodologies, personal transport system rather than general-purpose technology. Mission parameters indicate strategic withdrawal threshold reached. Ninth Sister stated with mechanical efficiency. Tactical analysis confirms unacceptable casualty probability in continued engagement. Before either Naruto or Ahsoka could prevent retreat, dimensional distortion enveloped the Inquisitor's form, specialized transportation technology implementing controlled phase shift without requiring full rift generation. Within moments, Ninth Sister had disappeared, dimensional ripples marking transition point briefly before stabilizing to normal parameters. Personal dimensional transport technology, Ahsoka observed with professional concern as she deactivated her lightsabers. Significantly advanced beyond previous capabilities we've encountered. Naruto nodded agreement, extending perception to verify dimensional stability throughout the immediate area. Localized effect rather than general application, but represents concerning technological evolution in their methodologies. With immediate threat neutralized, they implement standard security protocols, establishing perimeter control, coordinating with Konoha's response teams, and ensuring civilian safety. Throughout this process, Naruto maintained awareness of broader tactical situation through Shadow Clone Intelligence Network, confirming that diversionary operations across the village had been successfully contained with minimal casualties. Most concerning, however, was information gathered during infiltrator interrogation by specialized intelligence units. Preliminary reports indicated operational patterns suggesting multi-phase assault strategy rather than isolated incursion. Current attack representing intelligence gathering phase prior to more substantial operation targeting counter-node implementation directly. As emergency response transitioned to recovery operations, Kakashi arrived personally to assess situation and receive preliminary briefing. His expression remained characteristically unreadable behind his mask, though subtle indicators Su G gestured significant concern beneath composed exterior. Coordinated attack specifically targeting research personnel, Naruto reported concisely. Specialized extraction team led by Force-sensitive Operative with advanced dimensional transport technology. Methodology suggests intelligence operation rather than conventional military objective. Kakashi absorbed this assessment with professional focus. Casualties: 7 injured, none critically, no fatalities, all research personnel secured without compromise. Relief briefly softened Kakashi's expression before tactical considerations reasserted priority. And the intelligence operative you detained earlier? Sarah Winters, according to preliminary reports. The question highlighted critical connection potentially overlooked during operational response. Her intelligence regarding attack pattern proved accurate in all verifiable details, Naruto confirmed. Timing suggests either extraordinary predictive analytics or prior knowledge of operational parameters. She's requesting direct briefing with Leadership Council, Kakashi informed them. Claims to have critical intelligence regarding Mortis's primary operational timeline. Nay, that cannot be verified through conventional channels. Ahsoka's expression reflected professional skepticism. Former Imperial intelligence operators are specifically trained in strategic manipulation through controlled information release. Verification protocols should be implemented before granting access to leadership structures. Agreed, Kakashi confirmed with slight nod. Which is why I'm assigning both of you to conduct preliminary assessment before determining appropriate security protocols. He turned toward Academy structures, where recovery operations continued with practiced efficiency. Report to Intelligence Division in 1 hour. Full operational debrief will follow verification assessment. As Kakashi departed to coordinate broader security response, Naruto and Ahsoka completed immediate responsibilities before heading toward Intelligence Division headquarters. During transit, they exchanged observations regarding operational patterns demonstrated during the ATA. Particularly technological advancements suggesting accelerated development timeline compared to previous encounters. The personal dimensional transport technology represents significant escalation, Ahsoka noted as they traversed village rooftops. That capability was theoretical even in classified Imperial research divisions when I last had access to their intelligence. Naruto nodded agreement, consideration focused on strategic implications. It suggests either technological breakthrough or external assistance beyond previously identified parameters. Either possibility indicates accelerated timeline for major operations. They arrived at Intelligence Division headquarters to find security protocols already enhanced, specialized barrier techniques and dimensional stabilization VL.DS creating multi-layered protection against both conventional and interdimensional intrusion methodologies. Within this secure environment, Sarah Winters waited in specialized interview chamber designed for high-value intelligence assets. She looked up as they entered, expression revealing neither concern nor impatience despite hours of detention following initial contact. Infiltration operation proceeded according to predicted parameters, she observed without preamble. Technological capabilities demonstrated confirm assessment regarding accelerated implementation timeline. The statement's precision, delivered without access to operational reports, reinforced both her credibility and security concerns regarding information sources. Naruto and Ahsoka exchanged brief glance before implementing coordinated interview protocol developed during previous intelligence operations. Your knowledge of operational details suggests direct access to planning parameters, Ahsoka began, professional tone establishing clear boundaries. That level of penetration typically requires embedded assets within command structure rather than external analysis. Sarah's expression acknowledged the implicit question without defensiveness. Correct assessment. I maintained specialized access within Imperial Intelligence counterpart to your Dimensional Research Division until approximately 73 standard days ago. She leaned forward slightly, expression conveying urgency beneath professional composure. My departure coincided with confirmation of Project Convergence entering final implementation phase under direct Sith supervision. The statement contained multiple information points requiring verification, but central claim demanded immediate clarification. Project Convergence, Naruto prompted, allowing her to establish baseline information for subsequent verification. Classification Ultraviolet, interdimensional convergence operation utilizing synchronized rift generation at precisely calculated nodal points. Her voice maintained professional detachment despite content's concerning implications. Final implementation creates self-sustaining dimensional collapse pat. RN culminating in controlled convergence under specific harmonic parameters. Ahsoka's expression darkened with recognition. The Master Rift concept Vectus referenced. Sarah nodded confirmation. Precisely. Though considerably more developed than indicated during that encounter. The technology demonstrated today represents tertiary application derived from primary research branch. She leaned forward, expression intensifying. The critical intelligence I'm providing concerns implementation timeline. Based on observed technological progression and confirmed resource allocation patterns, PR. Object convergence enters final preparation phase within 7 standard days. Full implementation capability approximately 3 days following completion of preparation phase. The timeline represent significant acceleration compared to previous intelligence estimates, raising immediate concerns regarding counter-node implementation scheduling. Current deployment strategy had allocated 14 days minimum for establishing necessary infrastructure across identified dimensional thin points. That assessment contradicts established intelligence regarding technological constraints, Ahsoka noted. Professional skepticism appropriate given potential strategic manipulation through false urgency creation. Because your intelligence doesn't account for external resource acquisition, Sarah countered immediately. Approximately 31 standard days ago, Mortis established alliance with extra-dimensional entity providing critical technological components outside conventional development parameters. This claim represented significant intelligence beyond previously established threat assessment models, requiring substantial verification before implementation in strategic planning. However, certain details aligned with anomalous observations recorded during recent dimensional monitoring operations, particularly unusual energy signatures detected briefly during dimensional fluctuation events. You're referring to what, exactly? Naruto pressed, seeking specificity that would enable targeted verification. Sarah hesitated briefly, first significant break in professional composure since initial contact. Classification restrictions would typically prevent disclosure without appropriate authorization protocols. However, operational timeline necessitates information sharing despite potential security compromise. She straightened, decision apparently reached through internal risk assessment. The entity self-identifies as Otsutsuki, though whether taxonomic designation or proper nomenclature remains unclear. Interdimensional travelers with biological compatibility for both chakra and force energy assimilation, utilizing technological-biological integration methodology. Why beyond imperial classification parameters? The designation triggered immediate recognition response from both interviewers. Otsutsuki clan represented historical threat within Shinobi Dimension, X. Extraterrestrial entities responsible for introducing chakra to humanity through Kagai's arrival centuries earlier. Their continued existence beyond dimensional boundaries had been theoretical possible, rather than confirmed intelligence until this moment. This alliance, what specifically does each party contribute? Naruto questioned, implications expanding exponentially if confirmation proved viable. Otsutsuki provides dimensional transit technology exceeding current scientific understanding within either primary dimension, Sarah explained with clinical precision. Mortis contributes force manipulation methodologies enabling controlled convergence rather than consumption model typically implemented in Otsutsuki dimensional operations. The assessment aligned disturbingly well with known historical patterns regarding Otsutsuki interdimensional activities, specifically their tendency toward energy harvesting operations rather than conventional conquest methodologies. If accurate, this alliance represented perfect symmetry of complementary capabilities, Otsutsuki providing transit technology while Sith contributed precise manipulation techniques necessary for controlled outcome. Verification protocols. Ahsoka requested professional training asserting priority despite concerning implications. Sarah reached slowly toward inner pocket, movements deliberately telegraphed to prevent security misinterpretation. She withdrew small data storage device of unfamiliar design, placing it carefully on table between them. Encrypted intelligence package containing operation timeline, technological specifications, and confirmed resource allocation patterns, she explained. Encryption utilizes quantum resonance methodology requiring specific harmonic key for decryption, previous. Ending access through conventional slicing techniques while ensuring authenticity verification. She gestured toward the device with precise indication. Central crystal component incorporates Kyber. Fragment with specific resonance signature matching Imperial intelligence verification protocols. Harmonic analysis will confirm authenticity while preventing falsification through technological replication. The methodology described represented sophisticated authentication approach beyond conventional forgery capabilities, though not definitively beyond specialized counterintelligence operations with sufficient resources. Naruto examined the device through integrated perception, confirming presence of crystalline component with energy signature consistent with described authentication methodology. We'll need to implement full verification protocols before incorporating this intelligence into strategic planning, he stated, decision balancing appropriate caution against operational urgency. However, preliminary assessment suggests sufficient credibility to warrant accelerated counter-node implementation timeline while verification proceeds. Ahsoka nodded agreement with this balanced approach. I recommend conditional operational adjustment with parallel verification tracking rather than sequential implementation. If timeline assessment proves accurate, conventional verificati on protocols would create unacceptable delay in counter-node deployment. Their synchronized assessment reflected professional judgment developed through shared operational experience despite relatively brief partnership duration. Sarah observed this harmonized decision-making with analytical interest suggesting professional appreciation beyond immediate situational concerns. Reasonable approach under circumstances, she acknowledged. Though I should note that verification will require specialized harmonic resonance application to decrypt primary authentication sequence. Standard methodologies will confirm secondary verification layers without accessing primary intelligence content. The statement contains subtle technological assistance that could prove crucial during verification process. Information sharing suggesting genuine cooperation rather than manipulative agenda. While maintaining appropriate security considerations, both interviewers recognized pattern consistent with touted objectives regarding balanced intelligence distribution. We'll incorporate that methodological recommendation during verification process, Naruto confirmed, collecting the device with careful handling appropriate for sensitive intelligence asset. In the meantime, security protocols require continued observation while assessment proceeds. Sarah accepted this determination without protest. Professional understanding of standard procedures evident in her composed response. Entirely reasonable. I remain available for technical consultation regarding encryption methodology and content verification as needed. With preliminary interview completed, they implemented standard security protocols before proceeding to operational briefing with Kakashi and senior leadership team. The info Mashin provided, particularly regarding Otsutsuki involvement and accelerated implementation timeline, represented significant strategic evolution requiring immediate response adjustment across multiple operational dimensions. Throughout subsequent briefings and strategic planning sessions, Naruto maintained awareness of subtle but persistent change occurring within his energy systems following the harmonization meditation. The integration between chakra and force continued developing, not static achievement but dynamic process establishing new connections and capabilities beyond previous limitations. Most noticeably, his perception continued expanding, sensitivity to dimensional fluctuations increasing exponentially compared to previous baseline. Through this enhanced awareness, he detected something concerning beneath conventional observations, subtle disturbance patterns in his own chakra network, centered specifically around seal architecture containing Nine Tails consciousness. During momentary break between planning sessions, he withdrew to quiet courtyard for direct communion with Kurama, relationship that had evolved from adversarial containment to respectful partnership over years of shared experience. Something troubles you, Kit, the Nine Tails observed as Naruto appeared within mental landscape where their communication typically occurred. Your energy patterns have been fluctuating since that meditation technique. Not instability exactly, but evolution beyond previous parameters. Naruto nodded, appreciating Kurama's characteristic directness. The harmonization changed something fundamental in how my energy systems interact, including our connection. You've felt it too. The massive fox shifted position, tails moving in contemplative pattern that had become familiar indicator of serious consideration. Yes, the barrier between dimensions has become permeable to my perception in ways previously impossible. I sense things beyond conventional bound. Aries. Echoes of something familiar yet distinctly different. This assessment aligned with Naruto's own observations, subtle changes in Kurama's chakra signature suggesting adaptation to dimensional H. Harmonization rather than mere passive response. You think the Nine Tails chakra is interacting with the force directly rather than just through my system. More complex than that, Kurama replied. Unusual hesitation suggesting concept difficult to articulate through conventional understanding. The energy you call, the force, resonates with something ancient in my own nature, as if recognizing a speck of myself forgotten through dimensional separation. The observation triggered connection with knowledge glimpsed during communion with Uzushiogeku's crystal heart, fragmentary historical Rico. RDS regarding original nature of tailed beasts before complete dimensional separation. According to those ancient texts, beings like Kurama represented specialized manifestations of unified cosmic RGY that maintained connection across dimensional boundaries even after separation event. The celestial guardians. Records suggested tailed beasts originated as dimensional anchors, Naruto recalled. Understanding expanding through shared contemplation. Conscious energy manifestations specifically designed to maintain harmonic connection between separating dimensions. Kurama's massive form shifted again. Nine tails moving in pattern suggesting activation of deeply buried memories. Yes, that resonates with something beyond conscious recollection. A purpose preceding the sage's intervent. Ion. Function more fundamental than mere chakra manifestation. This revelation carried profound implications regarding both historical understanding and current strategic possibilities. If tailed STS represented specialized dimensional anchor points by original design, their energy signatures might provide crucial harmonic patterns for counter-node implementation beyond anything currently incorporated in technical specifications. We should explore this connection further, Naruto suggested, mind already considering practical applications for counter-node deployment strategy. If your KRA maintains inherent dimensional harmonics, it might provide stabilization pattern impossible to achieve through synthetic approaches. Kurama's expression shifted to one Naruto had learned to Rico. Nai's cautious interest beneath customary gruff exterior. Reasonable hypothesis, though implementation requires consideration beyond mere technical application. My chakra represents conscious GY system rather than passive resource, cooperative engagement rather than extractive utilization. The distinction highlighted important ethical considerations sometimes overlooked in technical planning. Kurama represented sentient partner rather than mere power source, relationship demanding mutual respect rather than utilitarian approach. Naruto nodded acknowledgement of this crucial perspective. Partnership with Nine Tails having evolved beyond such limited conceptualization years earlier. Of course, he agreed immediately. Any exploration would be collaborative investigation rather than unilateral implementation. Your insight regarding dimensional harmonics likely exceeds technical understanding developed through conventional research methodologies. This acknowledgement of Kurama's specialized knowledge visibly pleased the Nine Tails, though he maintained characteristic dignified restraint rather than obvious satisfaction. There is another consideration beyond technical application, he noted with unusual seriousness. The dimensional harmonization you've achieved has created unexpected connection patterns, including potential vulnerability to influence from entities operating beyond conventional boundaries. The observation aligned disturbingly well with Ahsoka's earlier concern regarding extradimensional attention during peak harmonization phase. You've sensed something specific, Naruto pressed, recognizing importance of direct assessment rather than vague apprehension. Not precisely sensed, Kurama clarified, struggle for precise articulation evident in his expression. More accurate to describe as recognition of familiar patterns suggesting potential observation from perspectives outside conventional dimensional constraints. He shifted again, 9T. Ailes creating complex geometric configuration that somehow illustrated concept beyond verbal articulation. When dimensions separated millennia ago, certain entities remained capable of perceiving OS boundaries, observing development paths from metadimensional perspective transcending conventional limitation. The celestial guardians, Naruto suggested, recalling fragmentary historical references from Crystal Heart Communion. Perhaps, though nomenclature matters less than functional reality, Kurama responded pragmatically. What matters is recognition that your harmonization achievement. Chi represents significant event within dimensional evolution pattern, development potentially drawing attention from entities operating beyond conventional observation parameters. The warning carried weight beyond mere theoretical concern. If Naruto's dimensional harmonization represented evolutionary development significant enough to attract extradimensional attention, both opportunities and vulnerabilities might manifest beyond current strategic planning parameters. I understand, he acknowledged, appreciating Kurama's characteristic combination of practical assessment and protective concern. We'll proceed with appropriate caution while exploring potential applications. Any significant changes in your perception of these extradimensional observers should be immediately shared. Kurama, a nodded agreement to this balanced approach, partnership having developed sufficient mutual respect that elaborate assurances proved unnecessary. One final observation before you return to external responsibilities, he added as their communion prepared to conclude. The harmonization has created interesting possibility regarding our cooperative capabilities, specifically potential for directed manifestation combining both chakra and force attributes simultaneously. This suggestion immediately triggered recognition of potential tactical application Naruto had considered theoretically but not yet attempted practically. You mean creating visible chakra manifestation incorporating force harmonics? Something beyond conventional tailed beast mode. Precisely, Kurama confirmed with characteristic direct efficiency. Though implementation requires careful calibration to prevent harmonic dissonance between fundamentally different energy systems. Perhaps something to explore under control LLED conditions rather than emergency necessity. The recommendation demonstrated Kurama's evolution from purely combative perspective to strategic partnership incorporating appropriate caution along side power application, development reflecting mutual growth through shared experience. Naruto agreed with characteristic determined nod, partnership having developed beyond requiring verbal confirmation of shared understanding. As their communion concluded, Naruto returned to external awareness finding significantly more time had passed than subjectively experienced, common occurrence during deep communication with Nine Tails consciousness. The planning sessions had apparently concluded during his absence, with implementation teams already mobilizing for accelerated counter-node deployment based on Sarah's intelligence assessment. Ahsoka approached as he reoriented to external environment, her expression reflecting combination of professional concern and personal connection developed through intensive shared experience. Your energy signature fluctuated dramatically during communion with the Nine Tails, she observed without preamble. Harmonization patterns showed unusual synchronization on frequencies outside previous parameters. Her perception demonstrated remarkable sensitivity to subtle energy shifts, ability developed through specialized training in natural affinity rather than conventional technical methodology. Naruto nodded acknowledgement, appreciating directness that had become characteristic of their professional interaction. Kurama's chakra appears to have natural resonance with certain force harmonic patterns, he explained, summarizing complex realization in practical terms. Possibly related to original function as dimensional anchor point before complete separation occurred. Ahsoka absorbed this information with thoughtful consideration rather than immediate response, characteristic approach to significant revelations with potential strategic implications. That aligns with certain ancient Jedi texts regarding primordial force entities predating conventional understanding, she noted after brief contemplation. Beings described as existing simultaneously across multiple reality states while maintaining conscious individuation despite transcendent nature. The observation suggested potential historical connection beyond current understanding, possibility that entities like tailed beasts represented evolutionary adaptation of primordial consciousness patterns following dimensional separation rather than entirely distinct phenomena. Such connection, if verified, carried significant implications for counter-node implementation strategy beyond current technical specifications. We should incorporate this possibility into counter-node harmonic calibration protocols, Naruto suggested, mind already formulating practical application parameters. If tailed beast chakra maintains inherent dimensional resonance patterns, it might provide stabilization framework impossible to achieve through synthetic approaches. Ahsoka nodded agreement while maintaining appropriate caution regarding unverified theoretical application. Worth controlled testing under laboratory conditions before field implementation. Though accelerated timeline may necessitate parallel development rather than sequential verification approach. This balanced AS's SM. And reflected professional judgment developed through shared operational experience despite relatively brief partnership duration. Their complementary perspectives. Naruto's intuitive approach balanced by Ahsoka's methodological precision, had created remarkably effective collaboration transcending cultural and dimensional differences. As they rejoined the operational planning process, Naruto became aware of subtle but significant shift in surrounding energy patterns. Not immediate threat, but concerning deviation from established dimensional stability parameters throughout Konoha, gradual intensification of background fluctuation frequency suggesting systematic degradation rather than localized anomaly. He extended newly integrated perception, analysis revealing disturbing pattern, dimensi. Onal boundaries throughout region were thinning at accelerating rate independent of identified incursion points. The phenomenon appeared natural rather than technologically induced, fundamental degradation of dimensional separation rather than targeted manipulation. Something's wrong, he stated quietly to Ahsoka, directing her attention toward barely perceptible energy shifts surrounding them. Quote, dimensional stability degrading across regional parameters rather than localized points. Pattern suggests systematic failure rather than deliberate manipulation. She extended her own perception, professional concern evident as analysis confirmed his assessment. You're right. Harmonic resonance patterns showing degradation consistent with predicted late-stage convergence symptoms, but months ahead of theoretical timeline based on previous calculations. The observation carried deeply concerning implications regarding convergence process timeline. If dimensional boundaries were degrading at current observed rate, previous strategic planning based on extended implementation timeline required immediate recalibration regardless of Mortis's technological capabilities. They brought this observation to Kakashi's immediate attention, supporting assessment with detailed harmonic analysis demonstrating accelerating degradation pattern. The Hokage absorbed this information with characteristic composed efficiency, immediately implementing response adjustment across operational parameters while maintaining essential mission continuity. Accelerate counter-node deployment to maximum sustainable implementation rate, he ordered without hesitation. Priority on locations demonstrating highest degradation coefficients regardless of theoretical strategic positioning. He turned to Naruto specifically. Assessment clearly incorporating unique capabilities developed through recent harmonization achievement. Your dimensional perception currently exceeds our technological monitoring capabilities. I need continuous assessment updates regarding degradation patterns to optimize deployment sequencing. The request acknowledged Naruto's evolved abilities while establishing practical application within broader strategic framework, leadership approach balancing specialized capability utilization with integrated operational methodology. Naruto nodded acceptance of this responsibility. Our 80 implementing perception technique providing continuous dimensional stability monitoring across regional parameters. As operational adjustments proceeded with professional efficiency, Naruto detected another concerning development, subtle but significant change in his own energy harmonization pattern. Not degradation exactly, but evolution beyond previous stability parameters. The sensation resembled progressive intensification rather than destabilization, as if dimensional harmonization achievement represented initial stage in developmental process rather than completed integration. Ahsoka noticed the change immediately. Sensitive perception detecting subtle shifts in his energy signature. Your harmonization pattern is evolving, she observed with professional concern beneath composed exterior. Accelerating integration rather than maintaining established equilibrium state. The assessment matched his internal experience precisely, sensation of progressive development beyond IOUS control rather than technique refinement through deliberate practice. Most concerning, this evolution appeared synchronized with regional dimensional degradation, both processes accelerating along parallel trajectories suggesting potential causal relationship rather than mere correlation. It's responding to environmental degradation, he realized, understanding flowing from integrated perception rather than logical analysis. Adaptive response to maintain functional equilibrium within destabilizing dimensional parameters. This interpretation suggested potentially concerning progression. If dimensional degradation continued accelerating, Corresponding harmonization evolution might exceed physiological sustainability thresholds despite natural adaptation capacity. Unlike Technologica, L systems with clearly defined operational parameters, biological adaptation occurred through complex self-regulatory processes difficult to predict or control through conventional methodologies. Beef. Or they could explore this concern further. However, dramatic escalation interrupted theoretical assessment. Throughout Konoha, dimensional stability monitors registered simultaneous alert notifications, not localized anomaly, but systematic pattern affecting entire regional parameters simultaneously. Naruto extended perception immediately, analysis revealing deeply concerning development, dimensi. Onal boundaries throughout Konoha had begun fluctuating in synchronized harmonic pattern, oscillating between stability and near-breach state in precisely calibrated frequencies suggesting deliberate manipulation rather than natural degradation. Systematic dimensional manipulation affecting entire village simultaneously, he reported immediately, professional assessment overriding personal concern. Despite escalating internal pressure from evolving harmonization process, pattern indicates deliberate external influence rather than natural degradation progression. Kakashi immediately activated highest-level defense protocols, implementation proceeding with practiced efficiency despite unprecedented threat parameters. Throughout Konoha, specialized teams activated dimensional stabilization yields while civilian evacuation protocols initiated with systematic precision developed through previous crisis response experience. Amid this coordinated response, Naruto experienced sudden, overwhelming sensory input, perception expanding beyond voluntary control into multidimensional awareness transcending conventional limitation. Unlike controlled meditation experience, this expansion occurred without preparatory stabilization, consciousness stretching dangerously beyond sustainable parameters. He staggered, maintaining physical stability through force of will despite perceptual disorientation. Through dramatically expanded awareness, he detected critical information. The dimensional fluctuation affecting Konoha originated not from technological manipulation, but from massive consciousness entity operating beyond conventional dimensional constraints. Before he could communicate this vital intelligence, however, overwhelming energy surge manifested throughout his system, harmonize it. Ion process accelerating beyond sustainable parameters as environmental degradation reached critical threshold. The Kyber crystal responded immediately, flaring with brilliant illumination as it atom PTED to stabilize rapidly escalating energy integration. Ahsoka moved to his side instantly, force perception detecting imminent harmonization collapse with potential catastrophic consequences. Your energy systems are approaching critical destabilization, she observed with urgent concern beneath professional composure. The environmental degradation is forcing accelerated integration beyond sustainable parameters. Through increasingly fragmented awareness, Naruto perceived fundamental truth with crystalline clarity. The dimensional degradation and his harmonization evolution represented synchronized responses to third-factor influence, deliberate manipulation by consciousness entity operating beyond conventional dimensional constraints. It's not random degradation, he managed through intense effort maintaining coherent articulation despite perceptual fragmentation. Something's deliberately manipulating dimensional boundaries while simultaneously affecting my harmonization process. The revelation carried profound strategic implications beyond immediate crisis management. If extra-dimensional entity possessed capability for simultaneous manipulation of dimensional boundaries and specific individual harmonization processes, conventional countermeasures would prove fundamentally inadequate regardless of implementation efficiency. Before strategic response could be formulated, however, critical threshold breached within Naruto's energy systems. The harmonization process exceeded sustainable integration parameters, creating cascading resonance effect throughout interconnected systems. The Kyber crystal flared with blinding intensity as it attempted compensatory stabilization, energy channeling through crystalline structure beyond design specifications. In that critical moment of potential catastrophic failure, unexpected intervention manifested from within Naruto's consciousness. Kurama implemented specialized technique never previously attempted, projecting ion of tailed beast consciousness as stabilizing framework supporting accelerated harmonization process through critical transition phase. Stabilization framework established, the nine tails communicated directly through their mental connection. Temporary measure only. Fundamental recalibration required for sustainable integration. The dimensional entity is attempting forced evolution beyond natural progression parameters. This assessment confirmed Naruto's fragmented perception while providing crucial context for strategic response. Whatever consciousness entity manipulated dimensional boundaries appeared specifically targeting his harmonization process, forcing accelerated evolution toward unknown objective beyond current understanding. With temporary stabilization established through Kurama's intervention, Naruto implemented emergency meditation protocol, specialized technique designed for crisis stabilization rather than perceptual expansion. Through precisely calculated breath-ing pattern combined with specific mudra configuration, he established minimally viable equilibrium state allowing functional operation despite continued evolutionary pressure. As basic functionality restored, he became aware of significant developments occurring during momentary incapacitation. Throughout Konoha, dimensional fluctuations had intensified beyond technological countermeasure capabilities, reality itself visibly distorting as boundaries between dimensions temporarily thinned to near breach conditions before stabilizing in rhythmic patterns suggesting deliberate manipulation rather than chaotic degradation. Most concerning, specific manifestation had appeared at village center directly above the Great Tree, location Amara had previously identified as critical dimensional thin point. The manifestation took no physical form, instead appearing as distortion in visual perception field, area where reality itself seemed to fold inward around central point of infinite regression. Ahsoka stared at the manifestation with professional assessment overriding instinctive apprehension. Dimensional aperture, she identified with precision born from specialized knowledge. Not complete breach, but directed observation point, something looking into this dimension from outside conventional parameters. The assessment aligned with Naruto's expanded perception, which detected consciousness presence beyond conventional sensory validation, entity observing current dimensional plane from perspective transcending spatial limitations. Most concerning, this presence appeared specifically focused on his position with intentionality suggesting deliberate assessment rather than random observation. It's watching me specifically, he confirmed, stabilization maintaining functional cognition despite continued perceptual expansion, and somehow affecting my harmonization process directly through dimensional connection. This revelation suggested vulnerability beyond previous security considerations, ability for extradimensional consciousness to directly influence internal energy processes through specialized connection established via harmonization achievement. Such capability represented fundamental security concern transcending conventional countermeasure methodologies regardless of implementation sophistication. As strategic implications registered among leadership personnel, the manifestation intensified dramatically, distortion field expanding to approximately 17 meters diameter while energy signature increased exponentially across multiple frequency patterns simultaneously. Through expanded perception, Naruto detected focused intentionality solidifying into directed communication attempt rather than mere observation. Without warning or transition, reality around them shifted fundamentally, not physical transportation, but perception field alteration creating experiential environment distinct from physical location. Naruto, Ahsoka, and Kakashi found themselves apparently standing in vast empty space unmarked by conventional reference points, infinite expansion containing nothing except their apparently physical forms and central manifestation point. Dimensional perception bubble, Ahsoka identified immediately, professional knowledge overriding natural apprehension at unprecedented phenomenon. Our consciousness has been temporarily isolated fr. own physical perception field while maintaining continuity connection through dimensional anchor point. The explanation provided functional framework without addressing fundamental concern. What NT Tai possessed capability for such specialized manipulation, and what objective motivated current interaction. Before theoretical assessment could develop further, the central manifestation point expand. Energy coalescing into recognizable form despite fundamental alieness underlying superficial appearance. The entity appeared humanoid in general configuration, though proportions suggested approximation rather than actual correspondence. Its form shimmered with internal luminescence that periodically shifted through color spectrum impossible to categorize through conventional visual processing. Most striking was complete absence of facial features beyond suggestions of structure, impression of countenance without specific detail. The end. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.